The wind, a restless spirit, poured through the open casement window of the Alpha's study. Tonight, it bore not the familiar, grounding perfume of moonshadow territory, pine resin sharp and clean, the deeper musk of damp earth and decaying leaves, but carried volatile whispers of distant ozone and something acrid, like scorched magic on the edge of perception. Usually, this complex fragrance, the very breath of his dominion, was a balm to Adrian's fractured soul. Tonight, it felt like inhaling shards of obsidian, each breath another microscopic abrasion against the raw, exposed nerve of his cursed existence. The dissonant thrum of wrongness, a discordant frequency that had become his baseline reality since his ascension, pulsed relentlessly beneath his ribs, a metronome counting down the moments of his eroding life. He stood immobile before the massive, cold stone hearth, a monument to generations of moonshadow alphas. The neglected embers within cast frail, fugitive shadows that writhed across the heavy, age-darkened timber beams vaulting overhead, specters of ancestors watching, judging. Beyond the leaded glass panes, his territory unfurled for miles, a sovereign realm of ancient, whispering forests where sunlight dappled rarely on the deep loam, and stark, granite peaks clawed at a bruised twilight sky bleeding into indigo. His domain, his sacred burden, his legacy to protect, even as the primal strength demanded by that duty felt like river water pooling and slipping through his clenched fist, atomizing with every agonizing beat of his afflicted heart. Adrian dragged a hand down his face, the skin stretched taut over sharp cheekbones, the angles of his jaw harsher than they should be, lines of chronic strain, webs of sleeplessness and enduring pain, were etched prematurely deep around his eyes, stark reminders of the relentless toll, far too deep for a man, an alpha werewolf, who should be cresting the potent prime of his life. The curse, a name spat in fearful whispers by the elders, a constant shadow clinging tenaciously to his bloodline since his turbulent youth, the steep, inescapable price levied for an ancestor's long-buried transgression. Alpha Theron the Proud, his name evoked both reverence and unease in the pack sagas, a betrayal whispered in hushed tones, a pact broken with powers best left undisturbed, a sin conveniently obscured by laudatory pack histories but never forgotten, never forgiven by the ancient, unforgiving magic that punished it across generations. For decades, it had remained a lurking potentiality, a hypothetical dread haunting the periphery of his father's reign. But upon Adrian's own ascension 5 years ago, precipitated by his father's abrupt, suspiciously unresolved death during a minor border skirmish with encroaching Shadowclaw scouts, the latent shadow had coalesced. It hardened from nebulous threat to palpable, malevolent reality, wrapping insidious, chilling tendrils not of ice, but of profound absence around his life force, his vital connection to the pack's collective soul, the very wellspring of his alpha power. This was no swift-acting venom, nothing so cleanly merciful as a quick death. It was a meticulous, slow-motion erosion, a grinding spiritual decay. It manifested as a deep, hollow ache radiating from his marrow, flaring into blinding, incapacitating agony during moments of heightened stress, intense emotion, love, rage, grief, or significant expenditures of alpha authority. It was a parasitic drain, leaching his vitality. A leaden weakness seeped insidiously into his limbs, rendering the powerful, bone-shattering metamorphosis of his werewolf form increasingly taxing, often distressingly incomplete, always laced with excruciating, tearing pain that felt like his very spirit was being ripped apart and imperfectly reformed. Sometimes, The shift stalled, leaving him caught hideously between forms. A terrifying vulnerability he guarded with paranoid secrecy. His senses, once hyper-acute, capable of discerning a hawk's muted heartbeat on the wind, high above, or the scent of fear miles away across granite ridges, now felt perpetually muffled, veiled as if behind layers of shifting gauze, distant, frustratingly unreliable, feeding his paranoia. And his wolf, the raw, instinctual core of his power, his direct conduit to the pack's unified consciousness, the wild heart of his very identity, felt, hobbled, straining against an invisible, crushing weight forged of shadow magic, whimpering in the back of his mind like a caged thing. He actively avoided shifting now, a corroding secret shame that gnawed at his authority more effectively than any potential challenger lurking amongst the ambitious elders. He could barely face his own reflection some mornings, the flicker of his wolf's desperate eyes staring back from his own, let alone face his pack with the unwavering confidence they deserved, demanded. An alpha, who harbored a deep-seated fear of his own intrinsic nature, was a perilous contradiction, a hollow crown tottering precariously on a failing king's head. He clenched his fists, the knuckles standing out white and stark against his tan skin, the trembling barely perceptible but there. Resignation was a draught of bitter poison, slow-acting and corrosive, but he'd been forcing it down, sip by agonizing sip, for 5 long, soul-wearying years. He cultivated distance, an emotional Arctic zone maintained through brusque commands, clipped responses, deliberate non-engagement. He often reinforced it with physical absence, preferring the stark, honest solitude of the high peaks to the suffocating, unspoken concern he felt radiating from his pack in the great hall, a pressure that ironically threatened to trigger the very pain he sought to conceal. He ruled with a detached, cold efficiency that many pack members misinterpreted as arrogance, disdain, or a chilling lack of care. It was, he told himself repeatedly, safer this way, safer for them. From the terrifying unpredictability of his condition, the risk of him losing control during a flare-up, safer for him from the insidious emotional triggers, the strong connections that seemed to actively feed the curse, accelerating its destructive timeline. Attachments, genuine connections, were glaring vulnerabilities he simply couldn't afford. They were sparks hovering dangerously near the powder keg of his volatile condition, love. The fated mate bond the lore keepers rhapsodized about, weaving tales of destiny and intertwined souls, utterly, dangerously unthinkable, a guaranteed death sentence, accelerated and agonizing, not just for him, but likely for any fool woman reckless enough to bind her life force to his blighted soul. Ilara, the pack's ancient, cryptic healer, sworn to secrecy by oaths older than the oldest trees in their forest, had hinted as much in hushed, fearful fragments. The curse fed on strong emotions, twisting the very energy of love, loyalty, devotion, into potent fuel for its decay. It sought to isolate, to sever, to starve the soul. A mate would be its ultimate target. A soft, hesitant knock, barely audible above the wind's sigh, sounded at the heavy, iron-banded oak door. Adrian stiffened, annoyance warring with ingrained command presence. Any interruption felt like an intrusion on the precarious balance he fought to maintain. "Enter," he commanded, his voice emerging rougher, more gravelly than intended, scraping his own ears with its harshness. The door swung inward, and Clara stepped across the threshold, framed momentarily in the softer light of the corridor beyond. Even from across the expansive, shadow-draped room, her scent, an unlikely, Captivating blend of sun-warmed wildflowers clinging to sturdy stems, clean rainwater on granite, distant, elusive, honey, and an underlying, quiet current of resilient strength that seemed paradoxical to her gentle countenance, sliced effortlessly through the study's musty air. The lingering ghosts of old smoke and the pervasive, sharp metallic tang of his own hidden affliction. It was a scent that inexplicably cut through the gauze, muffling his own senses. Clear and distinct. She wasn't Moonshadow born, having arrived 2 years prior under the cautiously optimistic auspices of a tentative diplomatic exchange program with the neighboring Silverstream Pack, an initiative championed by his late father, meant to thaw decades of frosty neutrality and simmering border disputes over contested hunting grounds. Clara served primarily in the Pack's infirmary, a space often filled with the groans of injured warriors or the whimpers of sick pups. Her quiet competence, innate empathy, sharp observational skills honed by healing, and a surprising, understated refusal to be intimidated by the rigid Pack hierarchies had slowly earned her a unique, albeit cautious, respect among the often insular Moonshadow wolves. Some elders, particularly those wary of any Silverstream influence, still eyed her with lingering suspicion, muttering darkly about potential espionage. A Silverstream plant sent to observe their weaknesses, but most saw only her genuine kindness, her steady hands, her calm presence in crises. She carried a small, smooth wooden tray bearing a steaming ceramic mug emitting the fragrant, layered aroma of chamomile, valerian root skullcap, and something vaguely coolly minty, a potent anti-stress and nerve-calming infusion frequently prescribed by Alara. Clara's presence usually offered a small, quiet harbor of perceived normalcy in the increasingly turbulent sea of his internal world. A brief respite, but tonight, her clear, unnervingly perceptive gaze, the intelligent, assessing gray eyes currently filled with unconcealed, empathetic concern, felt like a finely honed scalpel probing dangerously close to a deeply buried, festering wound he desperately wanted kept hidden. "Alpha," she began softly, her voice a low, melodic contralto, a sound that, frustratingly, often resonated deep within him, bypassing his carefully constructed defenses. "Ilara brewed this for you. She mentioned you seemed particularly taxed during the council session this afternoon. More than usual." She moved gracefully across the room, placing the tray on a nearby side table cluttered with rolled maps, detailing patrol routes and disregarded correspondence awaiting his attention. He pivoted away abruptly, presenting her with his rigid back, feigning intense, sudden interest in the near-dead embers smoldering fitfully in the hearth. "I am perfectly fine. Clara, your concern, and Alara's, is noted. Thank you." His tone was a deliberate wall of ice-cold dismissal, each word a carefully laid brick cemented with painful effort, intended to keep her, specifically her, at bay. Her empathy was the most dangerous spark of all. She didn't retreat. Most would have mumbled an apology and fled. Clara merely stood her ground. A beat of silence stretched between them, thick with unspoken observations, filled only by the wind's low moan through the window and the crackle of dying embers. He could feel her gaze on his spine, analytical, bordering on diagnostic, infuriatingly persistent. She possessed an uncanny knack for noticing the subtle fissures in his carefully constructed facade. The eminent, almost imperceptible tells, a fleeting wince disguised as a frown, the fractional tightening of his grip on the chair arm, the momentary tremor he couldn't quite control, that others invariably missed or dismissed. "Forgive my presumption, Alpha," she stated, her voice still soft but losing its hesitant edge, replaced by a quiet, unshakable conviction he was beginning to recognize and reluctantly admire. But you haven't been fine for a very long time. Not since I arrived, certainly. And the older pack members whisper, it's been much longer. Her words weren't accusatory, but carried the simple, devastating weight of unvarnished truth, bypassing his walls like thrown daggers. The slight tremors in your hands. They were more pronounced today when you gripped the council chair, noticeably so. And when you addressed Elder Malakor's challenge regarding the northern border patrols, your voice carried a distinct strain, a slight catch, almost as if speaking loudly caused you physical discomfort. Adrian whirled around, a low, guttural growl tearing itself unexpectedly from his chest. The primal sound startling even himself, vibrating with pain and violated privacy. The curse answered instantly, predictably, a vicious, white-hot lance stabbing sharply, deeply beneath his ribs, stealing his breath. His precarious control frayed dangerously thin. My physical condition, whatever it may be, is me, concern alone. Healer, he snarled. The word healer twisted into an insult, a boundary drawn in fury. Your duties lie within the infirmary walls, attending to scraped knees and hunter's fevers, not in dissecting your alpha's private health. You overstep. Clara didn't flinch, didn't cower as nearly any other pack member, even seasoned warriors, would have done when faced with the raw, unrestrained displeasure of their alpha. Her eyes widened marginally, perhaps in surprise at the sheer venom in his tone. But she held his volatile gaze steadily, an unexpected, defiant glint of tempered steel, sharp and resolute, surfaced beneath her usually placid demeanor. With the utmost respect, Alpha, she countered, her chin lifting fractionally, a subtle gesture of courage. The health and strength of our leader is the paramount concern of this entire pack. Without a strong alpha, the pack itself falters, becomes vulnerable. And as someone trained in the healing arts, observing symptoms, noticing patterns, tracking the progression of an ailment, it is instinct. It is part of my purpose here. I cannot simply unsee the signs anymore. She took a tentative step closer, deliberately violating the intimidating space he projected, lowering her voice slightly, as if sharing a dangerous conspiracy rather than making an accusation. There are whispers, Adrian, not just idle gossip, but worried murmurs from those who genuinely care for the pack's stability. They grow louder every moon cycle. Whispers about the pervasive fatigue that clings to you like a shroud woven of shadows, about your stark, deliberate avoidance of the full moon runs, a ritual absolutely integral to pack unity and spiritual connection, and the moments of intense, visceral pain you attempt, often unsuccessfully, to conceal behind anger or withdrawal. Whispers are the cheap currency of the idle, the fearful, and the dangerously ambitious, he snapped, the words coated in a corrosive bitterness, directed as much at his own failings as at the unseen gossipers he imagined, chief among them, undoubtedly, the ever-watchful, perpetually dissatisfied Elder Malakor. He saw a fleeting shadow of hurt flicker in her expressive gray eyes before it was immediately masked by sheer, unwavering determination. Her resilience was maddening and captivating. Perhaps some are rooted in fear or ambition. She conceded with a small, gracious nod, acknowledging the political realities. But others stem from genuine, deep concern. And I have spent many long hours assisting Alara in the archives, organizing her remedies, transcribing her notes. I have seen the ancient locked texts she guards so fiercely, the ones bound in materials I don't even recognize. Texts that speak not of common ailments, fevers, or battle wounds, but of deep, intricate afflictions tied intrinsically to specific bloodlines, of insidious shadow magic wielded by forgotten enemies during the ancient wars, of intricate curses laid upon powerful alphas who transgressed against entities possessing formidable, dark power. She paused deliberately, letting the forbidden, weighty words, shadow magic, curses, bloodlines, settle heavily in the charged silence crackling between them. One particular passage, she continued, her voice dropping further, becoming almost hypnotic, fragmented and obscure, written in a dialect even Alara struggles with, described a chilling malady specifically targeting the alpha life force, draining it slowly, agonizingly, exacerbated paradoxically by the very wellspring of power the alpha wields to connect with and protect his pack. It spoke of a slow, inexorable decay, untethering from the pack soul, leaving the alpha spiritually isolated before the final physical decline. A glacial flood washed through Adrian's veins, stealing his breath, leaving him feeling exposed, dissected under her calm gaze. How? How could she possibly know this? Alara was sworn to absolute secrecy by oaths ancient and magically binding, oaths sworn upon her own life force to his dying father. Access to those specific, dangerous scrolls was forbidden to all but the Alpha and the head healer. Heavily warded by blood magic, only Alara could theoretically bypass, and she never would, unless had Alara herself, perhaps sensing the inevitable, subtly guided Clara. "You are walking on treacherous ground, Clara," he warned, his voice dropping to a dangerously quiet, lethal register, a final attempt to frighten her away for her own sake. "Ground that has swallowed wolves whole for lesser trespasses. Tell me I am wrong," she pressed relentlessly, her courage either astonishingly brave or breathtakingly reckless. She met his warning stare head-on, unflinching. "Is it not a curse, Adrian? A bloodline curse, passed down through generations, invoked by Alpha Theron's long-forgotten sin, that is methodically, patiently, killing you?" The sheer, brutal directness of the question, the taboo words spoken aloud so plainly in the supposed sanctuary of his study, shattered the last fragile vestiges of his brittle control. It wasn't just the word, it was the devastating accuracy, a tidal wave of agony, blinding and nauseating, ripped through him with savage, unrestrained force, the curse reacting violently to his exposed vulnerability. He staggered backward, one hand instinctively clutching his chest, the other bracing against the cold stone mantelpiece, a choked, ragged gasp tearing from his lips, his vision fractured, the soft firelight splintering into 1,000 painful, dancing shards behind his eyes. Through the sudden roaring in his ears, a sound like a storm-tossed sea, he heard Clara's sharp, panicked intake of breath, the distinct, jarring clatter of the ceramic mug falling unheeded from the tray as she rushed towards him without a second thought, her healer's instincts overriding all protocol. Her unique scent, wildflowers, sunlight, honey, hot rain, and that core of resilient strength suddenly filled his overwhelmed senses, strangely anchoring, even amidst the vortex of pain threatening to pull him under into blessed unconsciousness. "Adrian!" Her hands were on his arm, surprisingly strong, unquestionably steady. Seeking purchase, trying to prevent his imminent collapse. He could feel the immediate warmth of her touch radiating through the thick fabric of his tunic, a stark, grounding contrast to the chilling, debilitating weakness spreading like invasive ice through his veins. Stealing the strength from his limbs, he tried reflexively, instinctively, to pull away. Primal alpha pride warring fiercely with the humiliating, debilitating reality of his pain. Leave. He gritted out between clenched teeth, the word barely coherent, distorted by agony. Get out, no, she stated unequivocally, her voice ringing with an unwavering firmness that brooked absolutely no argument. A startling display of defiance he'd never witnessed from anyone else. I will not. I will not leave you to suffer this alone any longer. Whatever this darkness is, whatever spectral horror haunts your bloodline, consuming you piece by agonizing piece, you do not have to face it entirely by yourself. Let me help you. Let someone help. In that fractured, timeless moment, suspended between soul-wrenching agony and her shocking, resolute defiance, something profound, ancient, and deeply buried shifted within the core of his being. A primal resonance, older than pack law, older than curses, echoed suddenly from the depths of his weakened, suffering wolf. It was a sensation he had only read about in the oldest, most romanticized lore, dismissed as foolish sentimentality, a distracting myth he'd ruthlessly forbidden himself from ever entertaining, let alone seeking. The pull, faint, tenuous, almost drowned out by the curse's overwhelming static and his own internal barriers, but unmistakably, undeniably there, a powerful, magnetic polarity drawing him irresistibly towards this specific woman, this compassionate, stubborn, perceptive shifter from another pack who dared to drag his darkest, most shameful secret into the harsh light and offer genuine aid instead of recoiling in fear or plotting to exploit his weakness. Mate. The thought itself was incredulous, terrifying in its devastating implications, a potential accelerant to his demise, and yet, against all logic, against all his fiercely erected self-imposed walls, it sparked a minuscule, almost imperceptible flicker of impossible warmth, fragile as a candle flame caught in a hurricane. Within the desolate, frozen landscape of his soul, the worst of the agonizing waves slowly began to subside, retreating like a cruel tide, leaving him trembling violently, breathless, leaning heavily against the solid mantelpiece for support. He slowly, cautiously raised his head, his vision gradually clearing, looking directly into Clara's eyes. They were wide, luminous in the dim light, filled with a complex mixture of raw concern, residual fear from his outburst, and something else, something deeper, something resonant, that mirrored the nascent, terrifying connection stirring confusedly within his own battered spirit. Her hand remained firmly on his arm, a physical anchor, and the contact no longer felt like an unwelcome, pitying intrusion, but disturbingly, comfortingly, like a lifeline unexpectedly tossed into a raging maelstrom he was drowning in. He had systematically pushed everyone away, resigning himself to a solitary, agonizingly slow demise behind a carefully constructed facade of cold, unapproachable command. But Clara hadn't been successfully pushed. She had stubbornly, bravely stepped closer, armed not with pack ambition or manipulative political maneuvering, but with raw, unadulterated empathy and a deduction that was both terrifyingly accurate and potentially lethal for her to possess, let alone speak aloud. He saw the silent, determined vow forming in her steady gaze before the words even fully left her lips, a promise shimmering like heat haze in their clear, unwavering depths. I will help you, she whispered, her voice resonating with quiet, unshakable conviction that echoed strangely, powerfully in the sudden, charged stillness of the room, seeming to momentarily push back the encroaching shadows. Whatever it takes, Adrian, whatever ancient lore needs unearthing, whatever dangerous ritual needs performing, whatever perilous path needs walking, I will find a way to break this curse. For you, for the pack. His immediate, ingrained instinct screamed at him to refuse, to snarl, to physically drive her away, now for her own protection. The path she proposed wasn't merely difficult or politically risky, it was almost certainly lethal, fraught with dangers connected to the very magic that afflicted him. Dangers he wouldn't, bear to expose her to. Ancient bloodline curses weren't undone with simple poultices, good intentions, or clever research alone. Dark magic clung like poison tar, breeding betrayal, despair, and unforeseen consequences in the shadows of its influence. And this particular curse, this seemingly sentient malignancy, it appeared to actively feed on connection, on hope, on the very light she radiated so effortlessly. Drawing closer to him, intentionally binding herself to his cursed fate, could very well be a death sentence for her, potentially accelerated by the volatile power of the mate bond itself, turning their connection into a conduit for her destruction. But looking at her now, truly seeing her, the fierce, unyielding determination carved onto her gentle features, the undeniable, resonant pull humming intensely between them, like a plucked harp string vibrating at a frequency only their souls could perceive, a treacherous, alien spark of hope ignited within the deepest, most desolate recesses of his being, a fragile, dangerous hope he hadn't dared to feel in 5 long, arduous, lonely years, a terrifyingly vulnerable, incandescent hope that maybe, just maybe, he wasn't irrevocably, absolutely doomed to face the encroaching darkness utterly alone. The alpha within him, the protector hardwired into his very DNA, roared in vehement protest, demanding he shield her by ruthlessly, cruelly rejecting her perilous offer now. The man, starved for genuine connection, for a single shred of possibility beyond slow, agonizing decay, hesitated, torn. And his wolf, battered but not entirely broken, recognizing its counterpart with an instinct far older, far more primal than curses or bloodlines or pack boundaries, urged him inexorably, desperately, towards her light, her strength, her impossible offer. "You don't understand the depths of what you're asking," he rasped, the words a final, feeble bastion of resistance against the powerful tide threatening to sweep away years of carefully maintained control and resignation. The risks, they are beyond comprehension. This magic, it destroys everything it touches. Clara met his tormented gaze squarely, her hand tightening fractionally, almost possessively, on his arm, a gesture that sent another wave of unexpected warmth through him. Perhaps not entirely, she admitted honestly, her pragmatism grounding her bravery. "I know ancient magic is perilous, steeped in sacrifice and shadow. I've read the warnings, but I also know, with absolute unwavering certainty, that I cannot stand idly by and watch you fade away piece by painful piece, consumed from within. Some things, Alpha," her gaze intensified, holding his captive, "are worth fighting for. Some souls are worth saving, even against the very darkest, most impossible of odds." Her unwavering resolve, her simple, breathtaking courage, eroded the foundations of the fortress he had so carefully, painfully constructed around his heart over years of solitary suffering. For the first time since the curse had truly taken relentless, agonizing hold, Adrian allowed himself, to genuinely consider a future that wasn't inexorably shrouded in suffering, isolation, and inevitable premature decline. It was a terrifying prospect, riddled with unknown perils, unimaginable dangers, and the high probability of catastrophic failure. But standing there, physically anchored by Clara's steadfast touch, emotionally bathed in the soft, determined glow of her unwavering conviction. The alternative, his current reality of slow, solitary surrender to the encroaching abyss, suddenly seemed infinitely, unbearably worse. The path ahead remained shrouded in thick, menacing mist, treacherous and uncertain at every turn, but with Clara offering, no, demanding, to walk it with him. It no longer felt utterly, hopelessly impossible. His ingrained resistance, born of deep-seated fear and a desperate, overwhelming desire to protect her from his own blighted existence, began to crumble, replaced by a reluctant, burgeoning, terrifyingly fragile trust in the extraordinary, unexpected woman who refused, point blank, to let him be consumed by the shadows alone. He took the offered mug of calming tea, his fingers brushing hers, the spark undeniable, and took a tentative, stabilizing sip. The weeks following Clara's quiet, momentous declaration in the shadowed confines of the Alpha's study settled into a strange, dissonant rhythm at Moonshadow Ridge. Outwardly, Adrian, trapped precariously between the deeply ingrained habits of stoic solitude and the fragile, nascent hope Clara had painstakingly, courageously ignited, struggled to maintain a facade of cool, professional distance. He issued commands with clipped precision, presided over increasingly tense council meetings with forced stoicism that fooled fewer pack members each day, and walked the territory's borders projecting an aura of unwavering alpha authority he rarely felt bubbling beneath the surface. Yet, beneath this carefully, almost obsessively maintained surface, a clandestine, high-stakes alliance blossomed in secret, a shared quest pursued under a cloak of necessary secrecy. They met secretly, often under the concealing cloak of late night when the pack house slumbered, finding refuge in the seldom used, dust-laden depths of the pack library, surrounded by the comforting, ancient scent of aging parchment, brittle scrolls bound in unfamiliar hides, and the faint, lingering magic of forgotten lore. They huddled together over fragmented texts, other times, seeking sanctuary from prying eyes and listening ears. They sought out secluded, moss-draped groves deep within the territory's oldest forests, ancient sentinel trees standing as silent, non-judgmental witnesses to their hushed, intense conversations and shared, often frustrating, research. The need for secrecy added another layer of tension, a constant awareness of the risks they both courted. Clara, utterly true to her whispered vow, immersed herself in researching the intricate, terrifying details of the curse with a relentless, laser-like focus that both deeply impressed and profoundly worried Adrian. Her dedication was absolute, bordering on obsessive. She spent countless hours hunched over brittle, yellowed scrolls and heavy, leather-bound tomes filled with archaic runes and faded diagrams. Her nimble fingers carefully tracing lines of faded ink, her brow perpetually furrowed in intense concentration. Adrian often found himself watching her, unseen from the shadows of the library stacks, marveling at her quick mind, her methodical approach, and the quiet intensity that radiated from her small form. Ilara, the pack's ancient and wizened healer, keeper of secrets older than memory, was initially deeply hesitant, bound by solemn, magically enforced oaths sworn to Adrian's late father and generations of Moonshadow Alphas before him. These oaths forbade the sharing of certain bloodline knowledge with anyone outside the direct lineage or the appointed head healer. However, under the combined weight of Clara's persistent, respectful, yet unyielding questioning, bolstered by Adrian's own reluctant, quiet permission given with a heavy heart, feeling he was betraying his father's trust, Alara eventually yielded. She began sharing fragmented pieces of carefully guarded knowledge, cryptic warnings whispered down through countless generations of moonshadow healers, painting a chilling, maddeningly incomplete picture of a powerful, vindictive sorcerer from a rival, long-dead faction, the Shadow Weavers. Practitioners of forbidden soul magic centuries ago. This sorcerer, known only as Malcor Vane in the fractured texts, a chilling coincidence of name that Adrian noted with unease, had been grievously slighted by Adrian's ancestor. Alpha Theron the Proud, Theron, renowned for his fierce pride and formidable power, was accused in Shadow Weaver lore of a profound betrayal during a bitter territorial dispute involving sacred lands imbued with potent, ancient magic, lands the Shadow Weavers considered theirs by older rites. Vane, in his dying rage, had allegedly laid the intricate, self-sustaining curse upon Theron and all his descendants in perpetuity, a curse designed to fester and grow stronger with each generation, feeding on the very power it sought to destroy. The curse targets the Alpha bloodline directly, striking at the heart of its connection to the pack spirit and the land itself. Alara explained one tense evening, her voice thin and reedy like dry leaves skittering on stone, barely audible over the wind howling outside the library windows. They sat huddled together in the library's deepest alcove, lit only by a single flickering oil lamp that cast long, dancing shadows, twisting the familiar bookshelves into menacing, looming shapes. Alara's eyes, clouded with age and the weight of countless witnessed sorrows, seemed to look past them, into the shadowed corridors of history itself. It's intrinsically, cruelly tied to the lunar cycle, gathering ambient negative power and residual psychic distress from the territory during each waxing phase, like a leech drawing poison from the air itself. Then, her voice dropped, laced with dread. It turns inward during the wane, concentrating its accumulated malice. It feeds parasitically on the Alpha's own innate power, the very energy used to connect with, protect, and command the pack, twisting that vital force into a corrosive, self-consuming acid that dissolves the spirit from within. Its ultimate, insidious design to systematically sever the vital connections, Alpha to Wolf, Wolf to pack spirit, Alpha to mate, leaving the bearer utterly isolated, spiritually starved, vulnerable, until the spirit shatters entirely, leaving only a hollow shell. Adrian listened, a familiar cold dread, now sharpened by specific, terrifying details, sluicing through him. He had lived the horrifying chet effects for years, hearing the insidious mechanics laid bare. Understanding its deliberate cruelty was somehow even more chilling, more profoundly violating. It wasn't just draining him, it was systematically unmaking him from the inside out, isolating him spiritually even as he stood among his own people. Clara absorbed the grim, devastating information, her expression radiating focused intensity rather than fear, her analytical mind already dissecting the problem. But curses, even ancient, powerful ones meticulously crafted by masters of shadow magic, she murmured thoughtfully, tapping a slender finger on a faded, incredibly intricate diagram depicting complex celestial alignments interwoven with runic power matrices resembling constellations, often possess inherent conditions, forgotten escape clauses, neglected loopholes, or perhaps, by the very nature of magic seeking balance, a designed antithesis, a counter-frequency hidden within the destructive pattern itself. She leaned closer, her unique scent a grounding, vital presence amidst the musty texts and the chilling topic. These fragmented texts, she indicated several disparate scrolls laid open, repeatedly mentioned vague concepts like Gorsonate neutralization, counter magic woven from specific, rare natural elements attuned to the land, complex rituals of purification, precisely timed to obscure celestial events like eclipses or planetary conjunctions. But the instructions are maddeningly obscure, broken, dots scattered across multiple, seemingly unrelated sources like deliberately shattered pottery, pieces missing entirely. It felt like Vane, or fate itself, was mocking their attempts. Their shared research became a consuming, almost feverish obsession, a race against the accelerating decay Adrian felt within him, against the looming threat of the next lunar cycle. Adrian discovered that his own previously mundane, rote knowledge of pack history, detailed lineage charts passed down through generations, and intricate territorial lore, landmarks, energy nexuses, ley lines, previously just dull facets of his inherited station, now pulsed with urgent, critical significance. He dredged up half-forgotten fireside tales his father, a stern man not usually given to fanciful stories, had recounted cryptically, fragmented legends concerning specific, often deliberately avoided locations within their vast territory, places reputedly imbued with volatile, unpredictable old magic, nexus points where the veil between worlds was rumored to be thin, where strange energies lingered and caution was paramount. Places like Whisperwind Falls, the Shifting Peaks, the Sunken Caldera, places now marked urgently on their research maps. Their necessary, intense proximity during these clandestine research sessions, however, proved to be a volatile, double-edged sword, both a solace and a torment. The mate bond, now silently acknowledged between them, an undeniable truth even if never explicitly spoken aloud in front of others, thrummed constantly beneath the surface of their every interaction, a powerful, often overwhelming undercurrent pulling them together. It manifested in sudden, startling, sometimes inconvenient ways, a shared glance across the noisy, crowded chaos of the great hall during a meal that somehow felt as intimate and profoundly private as a whispered confession in darkness, an almost clairvoyant, deeply unsettling, instinctive awareness of the other's precise physical location within the sprawling pack house, or even out patrolling the wider territory. An unexpected jolt, like a discharge of powerful static electricity, but far more profound, soul-deep, when their hands accidentally brushed while reaching for the same fragile scroll or leaning over the same intricate map under the dim lamplight. For Adrian, his awareness of her presence spiked almost painfully when Clara entered a room. Even if his back was turned, his senses inexplicably homing in on her unique energy signature, her scent cutting through all others. For Adrian, the strengthening bond became both exquisite, unparalleled solace and relentless, refined torture. Clara's mere presence, the steady, comforting sound of her quiet breathing as she focused on a text beside him, the unique, vibrant cadence of her scent, filling the small, enclosed spaces they shared, possessed an uncanny ability to soothe the constant, grinding ache of the curse in a way nothing else. Not Alara's potent herbs, not focused meditation, learned from ancient warrior techniques, not sheer force of willpower, ever had. It was a temporary, blessed balm applied to raw, frayed nerves. Her scent and quiet strength acting as a grounding anchor in the relentless, internal hurricane of his affliction. When she was near, the roaring in his ears sometimes lessened. The chilling coldness receded fractionally. Yet, paradoxically, cruelly, the burgeoning strength of the bond seemed to simultaneously amplify the curse's malevolent awareness offer, its perceived threat to its dominion over him. He noticed. with growing, sickening alarm that sometimes, particularly during moments of shared vulnerability or unguarded emotional connection, a brief, shared laugh over a ridiculous translation error in an ancient text, a fleeting moment of silent, perfect understanding passing between them across the cluttered library table, a sharper, more vicious lance of pain would stab through him, often accompanied by a terrifying wave of debilitating dizziness or gut-wrenching nausea that nearly buckled his knees. It felt chillingly, horrifyingly as if the curse, possessing some rudimentary, predatory intelligence, recognized Clara not just as a potential threat to its continued existence, but perhaps, terrifyingly, as a potential alternative source of life force to drain should he prove too resistant or inconvenient. The thought sent ice water through his veins. He fought relentlessly, desperately to conceal these specific, terrifying reactions from her, terrified that the curse might somehow lash out through him, maliciously using their burgeoning connection as a conduit to harm her directly. This fear became a new, agonizing layer to his already profound torment, feeding his protective instincts into a near-paralyzing frenzy. Clara, too, navigated the bewildering, often overwhelming, escalating intensity of the bond from her side. She found herself experiencing Adrian's moods with an unnerving, visceral clarity, almost as if they were bleeding into her own consciousness, his bone-deep, soul-crushing frustration after another fruitless research session. The sudden, sharp spikes of his physical pain, which often manifested unexpectedly as a sympathetic, jolting ache behind her own ribs. The crushing, invisible weight of his leadership responsibilities and the pack's anxieties that sometimes felt like a suffocating physical pressure building in her own chest. This intimate, unsolicited connection fueled her determination exponentially, her resolve hardening like forged steel with every pang of his hidden suffering she felt resonate within her. But it also left her feeling emotionally raw, exposed, dangerously vulnerable. There were harrowing moments, usually late at night in the sparse privacy of her own small, Spartan room above the infirmary, when the sheer, overwhelming depth of his chronic, concealed suffering crashed over her like a tidal wave, leaving her breathless, trembling uncontrollably, and choked with bitter tears of helpless empathy for the proud, tormented man she was undeniably falling in love with. Yet, despite this shared, often painful burden, the irresistible, magnetic pull towards him, the fierce, burgeoning protectiveness she felt blossoming almost fiercely within her soul, only intensified, growing stronger, more undeniable, more essential with each passing day. This dangerous quest was no longer just about abstractly breaking an ancient, insidious curse. It had become irrevocably, intensely personal. It was about saving Adrian, the complex, burdened, fiercely proud, deeply honorable, and achingly vulnerable man hidden beneath the carefully maintained layers of the stoic, forbidding alpha facade. It was about fighting for the future she desperately, secretly, wanted with him, his fierce resistance to her assistance, his reflexive attempts to push her away for her own safety, softened by infinitesimal, almost imperceptible degrees, chipped away relentlessly by her quiet persistence, her undeniable competence, and the simple, unwavering power of her belief in him. It wasn't a sudden surrender, not in his proud nature, but a gradual, grudging evolution from reluctant acceptance of help into a genuine, deeply reliant partnership. He started sharing more, hesitantly at first, speaking in clipped fragments, then with increasing, almost surprising openness, not just dry facts about the curse's supposed lineage or historical precedents, but the intricate, draining pressures of daily leadership, the complex, often tedious politics of interpack relations, especially the growing friction with the Silverstream elders over her continued presence, the constant threat assessment from Kale's scouts, and the profound, soul-deep loneliness of command that his father had warned him about, but which he'd never truly grasped the crushing weight of until burdened with it himself, alone, afflicted. He found himself watching her more openly during their clandestine meetings, no longer trying to hide his attention, admiring her sharp, analytical intellect as she expertly cross-referenced obscure, conflicting texts, marveling at her quiet, unshakable resilience in the face of frustrating setbacks and dead ends in their research, observing the innate, unwavering kindness she showed effortlessly to everyone she encountered. From the smallest, shyest pup peering nervously around its mother's legs in the infirmary to the most grizzled, cynical old warrior nursing ancient grudges and complaining about her Silverstream poultices, he began to truly see and deeply appreciate the formidable strength concealed beneath her gentle exterior, a core of tempered steel forged in adversity that unexpectedly mirrored his own hidden depths. The resilience he fought daily to maintain, he began to realize, with a jolt that was equal parts terror and wonder, that he wasn't just relying on her research skills, he was relying on her. One cool, damp evening, the air thick with the metallic tang of approaching rain, while searching for a specific trio of rare phosphorescent herbs mentioned in a fragmentary text detailing a potential purification ritual component. Their quest led them perilously near Whisperwind Falls. This dramatic cascade plunged hundreds of feet into a churning, mist-shrouded pool below, a place long steeped in pack lore, known for its strangely fluctuating energy fields. Unsettling whispers carried on the wind that seemed to form coherent words, and the occasional, unexplained disappearance of lone hunters. The air itself felt abnormally charged, heavy, humming with a palpable, ancient energy that made the fine hairs on their arms stand on end, and Adrian's curse throb with painful resonance. They were crouched near the turbulent, rocky base of the falls, the roar of the water a deafening, isolating curtain of sound, scanning the damp cliff face for the elusive, glowing herbs, when the ambush struck, not emanating from insidious dark magic this time, or territorial spirits, but from something far more mundane, yet equally perilous in Adrian's current state, 3 hulking, dangerously gaunt rogue wolves, their fur matted and filthy, eyes burning with the feral hunger and desperate, packless madness that drove such outcasts. Drawn likely by the potent scent of established pack territory overlapping with unclaimed wild lands, and perhaps, disturbingly, drawn by the faint but perceptible aura of weakness, of affliction, emanating subtly from its cursed alpha despite his best efforts at concealment. Adrian reacted with pure, unthinking, protective instinct honed over years of leadership, shoving Clara bodily behind the meager shelter of a slick, moss-covered boulder taller than she was, a protective, savage growl tearing instinctively from his throat. But the sudden, explosive movement, the surge of protective adrenaline, sent a violent, crippling spasm of agony ripping through his cursed body. He stumbled badly, his vision momentarily graying out at the edges as black spots danced before his eyes, a strangled gasp escaping his lips as the curse punished his reflexive defense. The lead rogue, a massive brute heavily scarred across its muzzle and shoulders, instantly recognized the momentary falter, the telltale flicker of weakness, the scent of pain overcoming the scent of alpha dominance, and lunged with deadly, opportunistic intent, aiming for Adrian's exposed throat. Before Adrian could fully recover his balance, before his ever-loyal beta, Kale, a silent, formidable warrior with reflexes honed by countless border skirmishes, who often shadowed them discreetly on these potentially hazardous excursions at Adrian's quiet insistence. Despite Kale's own reservations about the wisdom of these trips, could materialize fully from the surrounding gloomy, mist-shrouded trees to intercept. Clara moved. She didn't waste precious seconds attempting to shift her own Silverstream wolf form, while lean and agile, belonged to a healer. Graceful but not built for frontline combat against desperate, heavier brutes. Instead, acting on pure, adrenaline-fueled desperation and a fierce, surprising surge of protective instinct that felt utterly alien yet deeply right. She snatched up a heavy, waterlogged piece of driftwood washed ashore near the churning pool's edge. Her movements were surprisingly swift, economical, almost blurring in the dim light. With an unexpected surge of force born of terror for Adrian and white-hot protective instinct, she swung the clumsy, makeshift club with all her might, connecting with a sickening wetude against the side of the lead rogue's skull just as it lunged past Adrian's still faltering defense, its jaws snapping shut inches from his throat. The stunning, unexpected blow, delivered with desperate precision born of panic and love, staggered the massive attacker for one crucial, life-saving second. Its lunge faltered, its head snapping sideways with the impact. It was just long enough for Adrian, jolted back to awareness by her shocking intervention and the surge of shared danger through the bond, to regain his footing, sharp pain momentarily overridden by fierce, burning protectiveness directed solely at her and for Kale. Shifting with breathtaking speed mid-stride into his powerful, slate gray war form, to crash into the chaotic fray like a furry, snarling avalanche of righteous fury. The ensuing fight was brutally short, viciously efficient, and ultimately decisive. Kyle, a warrior born and bred, operating on pure instinct and ingrained training, dispatched one of the smaller rogues with swift, lethal precision, his powerful jaws finding the throat in a spray of crimson against the gray mist hanging thick by the falls. Adrian, fueled by a potent cocktail of residual adrenaline, lingering agony, and a surging wave of protective fury directed entirely towards Clara's perceived vulnerability and shocking bravery, fought through the curse's debilitating grip to grapple with and ultimately subdue the stunned, disoriented leader. He ignored the tearing pain in his own shoulder as he slammed the rogue hard against the rocks, snapping its foreleg with a sickening crack that echoed above the waterfall's roar. The third rogue, smaller and younger, witnessing the sudden, violent turn of the tide and the swift, brutal dispatch of its companions, wisely bolted, vanishing into the deepening shadows and thick undergrowth of the surrounding woods, like a fleeting phantom. In the ringing silence of the aftermath, broken only by the relentless roar of the falls and their own ragged, panting breaths, Adrian, still in human form but trembling violently with reaction and the curse's inevitable backlash, turned immediately to Clara. She stood shivering slightly, not from cold but from adrenaline's aftermath, the heavy driftwood still clutched tightly in her white-knuckled hands like a grim trophy, her eyes wide with lingering adrenaline and shock, but remarkably, admirably resolute. A smear of dark mud streaked dramatically across her cheekbone like war paint, but she appeared blessedly, miraculously unharmed. Relief washed over Adrian, so potent and dizzying it almost buckled his knees, again, leaving him weak and breathless for a different reason. "Are you all right?" he demanded, his voice hoarse, raw, thick with poorly concealed emotion. "Did they touch you?" She nodded jerkily. managing a shaky, fleeting smile that didn't quite reach her adrenaline-widened eyes. Just startled. Adrenaline surge. Her gaze, sharp and concerned as ever, immediately flickered to his side, where she intuitively, damnably knew a fresh, throbbing wave of agonizing pain was radiating outwards from the curse's locus. Punishment for the fight. The shift Kale made nearby. The expenditure of energy. He deliberately ignored the implicit question about his own state, forcing down the groan threatening to escape him. He stepped closer, close enough to feel the residual heat radiating from her despite the damp air, gently prying the heavy piece of jagged driftwood from her surprisingly strong grasp. His fingers deliberately brushed against hers, lingered longer than strictly necessary, possessively almost. The familiar jolt, the intimate spark of the mate bond, arsed powerfully between them, stronger this time, undeniably supercharged by the residual energy of the fight, the raw relief of survival, the stark, undeniable reality of her courageous defense of him. He looked down at her, truly looked, seeing the fierce, unwavering loyalty shining luminously in her wide gray eyes, recognizing the sheer, unhesitating courage she had displayed, risking her own life for him without a second thought, without calculation. That was incredibly brave. He finally managed, the words feeling utterly, frustratingly inadequate to convey the complex storm of raw gratitude, profound fear for her recklessness, and burgeoning, overwhelming admiration swirling chaotically within him, and unbelievably reckless. You could have been killed instantly. Clara, torn apart. You were in danger, she replied simply, quietly, her gaze steady on his, as if that single, irrefutable fact negated all personal risk, explained everything necessary. Kel having shifted back swiftly, smoothly to his human form, tall, lean, scarred, habitually taciturn, arranging his tunic almost placidly despite the blood staining his hands and forearms, approached them cautiously. His usual stoic expression etched with deep concern for Adrian's clearly taxed state and a newfound, profound respect evident in his gaze as he looked directly at Clara. Alpha, Kale stated formally, though his eyes conveyed volumes. We need to get you back to the main house immediately. That exertion. The near shift Kale made, the proximity to rogue instability, it's exacerbating the condition. He glanced meaningfully at the herbs they had failed to find. This search can wait. Adrian nodded curtly, acknowledging his loyal beta's valid, pragmatic concern, but his intense gaze remained locked with Clara's. In that charged, liminal moment, beneath the rapidly darkening twilight sky, painted in hues of violet and bruised orange, enveloped by the damp, heavy scents of pine needles, wet stone, disturbed earth, and the distant, thundering roar of the falls. The meticulously constructed, heavily fortified walls around his heart crumbled several crucial, irreparable notches further. He had tried desperately, systematically, stubbornly, to keep her safe by keeping her perpetually at arm's length, shielding her from the dangerous vortex of his cursed existence. But she hadn't stayed away. Faced with immediate, lethal danger, to him, she had charged towards it, wielding a clumsy piece of driftwood like a warrior's ancestral blade. His deepest instinct, the primal, overwhelming urge of the alpha seeking to protect his territory and pack, and the burgeoning, insistent demand of the mate bond recognizing its essential counterpart, screamed at him with deafening, almost painful force to pull her hard against him right now, to shield her fragile bravery with his own damaged body, to stake his undeniable claim, consequences, curse, be damned. He resisted, teeth clenched against the urge and the throbbing pain. but the sheer effort required was becoming monumental, almost physically unbearable. As they began the arduous, careful trek back towards the distant, welcoming warmth and relative safety of the pack house, Kale flanking them silently, a vigilant, watchful sentinel scanning the deepening shadows for any further threats. Adrian found himself walking unconsciously, irresistibly closer to Clara than protocol, or his own ingrained caution born of fear, typically dictated. He felt the subtle, repeated, electric brush of her arm against his as they navigated the uneven terrain, a small, recurring point of intimate contact that sent unexpected, powerful ripples of genuine warmth spreading through his core, temporarily, blessedly, astonishingly, pushing back the pervasive inner chill of the curse. He realized, with a distinct, internal jolt of mingled fear and profound wonder, that his initial, overwhelming, paralyzing fear for her safety was slowly, insidiously being overshadowed by a growing, humbling reliance on her steady presence, her quiet strength, her unwavering belief. Her presence wasn't just a peripheral comfort anymore. It was becoming a quiet, unspoken necessity, an unforeseen, vital source of strength he hadn't known he desperately needed until she had offered it so bravely, so unconditionally. The integration wasn't just about her cautiously, hesitantly entering his tightly controlled, shadowed world. It was about her becoming, against all his intentions, against all logic, an intrinsic, utterly essential part of it, unexpectedly, irrevocably woven into the very fabric of his cursed, precarious existence, and against all ingrained fear, against all crushing odds, her presence, her belief, her touch, her courage made his grim, solitary reality feel fractionally less like an inescapable, agonizing death sentence and more like a brutal, arduous battle they could, perhaps, actually fight and maybe, just maybe, somehow win together. The connection deepened, shifted, irrevocably altered. No longer just a tentative, flickering spark fighting against the oppressive darkness, but igniting into a steady, tenacious, growing flame of hope and shared destiny. The brazen rogue attack near Whisperwind Falls, and Clara's unexpected, decisive role in thwarting it, served as an unintended catalyst, subtly yet significantly shifting the intricate social and political dynamics within the Moonshadow Ridge pack. While the incident, witnessed by Kale, inadvertently exposed another potentially damaging flicker of Adrian's momentary vulnerability, a fact undoubtedly noted with grim satisfaction by his detractors on the Elder Council, Clara's quick thinking and unhesitating bravery, detailed concisely and matter-of-factly in Kale's formal report to the Council, earned her a significant measure of quiet, grudging admiration amongst many pack members, particularly the younger warriors, who valued raw courage and demonstrable loyalty above birthplace or pack lineage, and the protective mothers, who saw in Clara's defense of their alpha a reflection of their own fierce instincts, began to view her with new eyes. Whispers about the alpha's chronic affliction persisted, certainly, weaving through the pack house like unseen currents. But now, they were often tinged with a newfound curiosity and a hesitant, growing respect for the outsider healer who had risked her life to defend their leader when he faltered. The unspoken, tentative title, Luna to be, though still considered premature and perhaps even dangerous to voice aloud given the precariousness of Adrian's condition and the unknown nature of the curse's effect on a potential mate, began to hang palpably, almost visibly, in the air whenever Adrian and Clara were seen in proximity, navigating the crowded Great Hall, consulting quietly in the infirmary, or disappearing together into the library for hours. a silent speculation gaining quiet momentum, noted with varying degrees of approval, skepticism, or resentment. Their clandestine research intensified, morphing into a desperate race against the relentless lunar cycles that Alara confirmed, with growing alarm etched on her ancient face, were undeniably amplifying the curse's insidious hold on Adrian. She observed worrying new symptoms, subtle shifts in the curse's energy signature she hadn't detected before, guided by the old healer's increasingly vivid, trance-induced fragmented memories, dredged from the deep well of ancestral knowledge passed down through generations of moonshadow healers, and cross-referencing them meticulously with Clara's painstaking interpretations of the cryptic, often contradictory texts. They uncovered recurring, tantalizing references to a specific, potentially powerful artifact, a heartstone. Legends. Dismissed by many as fanciful folklore, described it as an object of immense, raw, natural power, possibly celestial in origin. Some texts hinted it was a fragment of a fallen star, embedding itself deep within the territory millennia ago. It was said to be hidden deep within the most ancient, magically saturated sector of Moonshadow territory, a place where ley lines converged and the fabric of reality was reputedly thin. Crucially, several fragmented, obscure prophecies hinted it possessed the unique, almost miraculous capability to dramatically amplify healing energies, neutralize deeply entrenched negative magic, or serve as a powerful focal point for complex purification rituals designed to cleanse bloodline curses. Locating this elusive, potentially mythical heartstone became their singular, consuming focus, their last, best hope. However, the potential locations indicated by the fragmented clues, converging vectors calculated from ancient star charts Clara painstakingly reconstructed, cross-referenced with landmarks mentioned in Alara's trance visions, invariably pointed towards the oldest, wildest, most treacherous parts of their ancestral lands. These were areas marked on modern maps with warnings or simply left blank, fog-shrouded peaks notorious for sudden, violent storms, magically unstable valleys where the landscape was said to shift subtly with the seasons, deep, shadowed ravines shrouded in perpetual mist and resonating with potent, unpredictable ancient magic, places where territorial markers had long eroded and strange, unsettling energies lingered like unseen, watchful entities. These were zones consciously avoided by most pack members for generations, considered taboo, haunted, or simply too inherently dangerous to traverse. Venturing there was not undertaken lightly. These perilous, clandestine expeditions, often undertaken with only Kale as a discreet escort, forced Adrian and Clara into even closer, more sustained, and often challenging proximity. They created an intense crucible where survival depended on implicit trust, shared instincts, navigating through disorienting magically charged landscapes, and providing mutual encouragement against gnawing fatigue, deepening fear, and the constant pressure of dwindling time. Adrian's significantly weakened state meant he frequently had to push himself through crippling waves of bone-deep, nauseating pain and debilitating exhaustion that left him trembling and gray-faced. His innate alpha pride, the core of his identity, warred constantly, viciously, with the humiliating physical limitations ruthlessly imposed by the curse. He hated, viscerally hated, showing weakness, especially now, with everything hanging in the balance, with Clara watching him so closely. But the hostile, draining environment and the curse's unpredictable, savage assaults sometimes left him absolutely no choice, forcing him to rely on her strength when his own failed. Clara, ever observant, relentlessly analytical, honed by her healer's training and amplified by the intimacy of the mate bond, quickly learned to read the subtle, almost imperceptible signs of his relentless internal struggle. The slight, involuntary tightening of his jawline just before a particularly vicious wave of pain hit, the faint, microscopic tremor that sometimes appeared in his hands when he thought no one was looking. Quickly hidden, the almost inaudible way his breathing hitched raggedly when navigating a particularly steep or treacherous incline. The flicker of disorientation in his eyes when the ambient magic spiked. She didn't coddle him, intuitively understanding his fierce pride wouldn't tolerate pity, which would only make him withdraw further. But she was simply there, a supportive hand offered silently, firmly, on a dangerously steep, scree-covered slope where his footing momentarily faltered. A shared canteen of water pressed wordlessly into his hand before he even consciously registered his own parching thirst. A quiet, unexpected word of grounded encouragement, murmured softly, when his frustration and pain threatened to overwhelm him. We're almost there. Adrian, this ridge offers a better, clearer view. Alara mentioned this energy signature. We're getting closer. That progress back there was significant that somehow landed with surprising, anchoring weight, steadying him when his resolve threatened to fray under the relentless assault. Her quiet faith became a tangible force. One raw, windswept evening, the sky bruised with the promise of a gathering storm. After a grueling, largely fruitless day spent tracking faint, elusive energy signatures potentially linked to the Heartstone, near an area infamous for its volatile earth magic and unsettling seismic tremors that seemed to follow no natural pattern, they were forced to make camp early. They found meager shelter in a small, relatively protected cave concealed behind the roaring, churning curtain of a lesser-known, unnamed waterfall cascading down a sheer cliff face. The constant drumming roar of the water served to mask their presence from potential trackers and offered a fragile, temporary illusion of privacy in the vast, indifferent wilderness. Adrian had pushed himself relentlessly throughout the day, driven by a frustrating lack of clear progress. The gnawing anxiety of their dwindling time before the next full moon intensified the curse, and the ever-present worry about Clara's safety in this perilous region. As he stiffly, awkwardly tried to unroll his simple bedroll onto the cold, damp cave floor, a violent, full-body tremor racked his frame without any warning. He collapsed suddenly, heavily, onto the unforgiving stone. A strangled cry of pure, unadulterated agony ripped involuntarily from his throat as the curse tightened its malicious grip, colder, sharper, more invasive, more violating than ever before. It felt less like claws this time, more like intricate, freezing chains materializing within his veins, his muscles, constricting his very bones, stealing his breath, squeezing the life from him. Clara was beside him in an instant, her healer's instincts overriding any personal fear or hesitation. Adrian, breathe! Focus on my voice. Just breathe through it. Don't fight it, she urged frantically, her hands hovering uncertainly over his rigid, convulsing form, instinctively unsure where to touch him without inadvertently causing more excruciating pain. His skin felt clammy, unnaturally ice-cold, despite the residual heat of the day, still trapped within the relatively enclosed cave space. His face was contorted into a horrifying mask of unbearable suffering. His eyes squeezed shut, lips drawn back in a silent scream. Within the shared, intimate space of the mate bond, she felt the raw, agonizing whimper of his proud wolf, a sound of pure, unadulterated torment and helplessness that resonated through their psychic connection. hitting her with the force of a physical blow, stealing her own breath, leaving her feeling hollowed out, desperate. Hot, stinging tears pricked the corners of her eyes, blurring her vision, followed by a suffocating wave of utter helplessness washing over her. All her painstaking research, all her fierce determination, all her budding hope felt utterly, pathetically useless in the face of his raw, unmediated, brutal pain right now. "I don't know what to do," she whispered brokenly. Her voice choked with tears and frustration, barely audible above the waterfall's incessant, deafening roar that seemed to mock her impotence. The texts, the herbs, they offer nothing for these moments, nothing potent enough. Ilara's methods barely touch it anymore. Through teeth clenched so hard his jaw surely ached fiercely, Adrian managed to gasp out two slurred words, each requiring an immense, staggering effort of will against the constricting agony. "Stay. Just stay." She immediately knelt beside him on the cold, unforgiving stone, gently, tentatively placing a hand on his shuddering shoulder. The simple human contact, the transfer of her own steady warmth, seemed to somehow act as an anchor, centering him fractionally amidst the violent storm raging within him. His ragged, agonized breathing began to slow, becoming fractionally less tortured, less frantic. The violent tremors gradually lessened in their terrifying intensity, though the profound, deep-seated ache remained brutally visible in the harsh, pale lines etched around his eyes and mouth, the tension radiating from his corded neck. Crucially, significantly, he didn't pull away from her touch this time. Instead, almost imperceptibly at first, then more noticeably, he leaned slightly into her supportive presence, closing his eyes, appearing to focus his entire remaining will, his entire being, on the small point of shared warmth, the steady, unwavering, compassionate presence beside him in the echoing darkness of the lonely cave. They remained like that for a long, indeterminate time, suspended together in a fragile bubble of shared crisis. The only sounds, the relentless, hypnotic roar of the waterfall outside the narrow cave mouth, and the slow, painful evening out of Adrian's ragged, recovering breathing. The profound vulnerability of the moment, stripping him bare of all protective pretense and alpha rank, dissolved the last significant vestiges of his carefully maintained emotional reserve, at least with her. The walls were down, perhaps irreparably. "It's getting worse, isn't it?" Clara finally asked, her voice hushed, almost swallowed by the waterfall's thrumming bass note, stating the terrifying truth aloud. "The closer we get to the areas the texts indicate, the more aggressive the curse becomes. It's fighting back harder." He slowly opened his eyes, turning his head slightly on the rough stone floor to meet her gaze across the few inches separating them. The usual guarded shields were utterly dismantled, replaced by a soul-deep weariness that tore at her heart and a raw, aching honesty that pierced straight through her healer's practiced composure, lodging deep within her own spirit. "Yes," he admitted, the single, difficult word costing him dearly in pride, conceding a truth he desperately tried to deny even to himself, clinging to the hope it was merely fluctuation. Every step towards this, whatever this damned heartstone truly is, if it even exists, feels like walking deeper into its domain, into the source of the original malice. The closer we get to its potential location, the harder the curse fights back, like a cornered animal. He voiced a chilling suspicion that had been solidifying uneasily in his mind for days. I think, knows we're searching, or perhaps the lingering, malevolent will of the sorcerer who cast it. Malcor Vane still holds some measure of sway over the magic, actively resisting its potential undoing with focused, conscious malevolence across the centuries. We could turn back. Adrian, Clara offered softly, though the words felt like ashes coating her tongue, a profound betrayal of her vow, her purpose. We could regroup, consolidate our findings, perhaps seek outside help from Silverstream healers. Despite the inevitable political risks and exposing your condition further, Adrian slowly, deliberately shook his head, his damp, dark hair falling across his forehead in disarray. He reached up, his hand surprisingly steady now, despite the residual tremors, and covered her hand still resting comfortingly on his shoulder with his own. His touch was unexpectedly warm, firm despite his exhaustion, sending another powerful jolt of acute, undeniable awareness humming through her entire system. No, absolutely not. His voice was low but firm, regaining some of its alpha resonance. He paused, his thumb brushing unconsciously, intimately, against the sensitive skin of her inner wrist, a simple possessive gesture that sent shivers cascading uncontrollably down her spine. We've come too far to turn back now. We've risked too much already. He looked directly into her eyes, his own gaze intense, vulnerable, stripped bare, and, truth be told, Clara, I don't think I can face this alone anymore. Not after. Not now. I don't want to. The stark, raw admission, torn from the depths of his proud, solitary soul, hung suspended between them in the damp, echoing cave air, heavy with unspoken significance and implications. It was far more than just acknowledging their pragmatic partnership in the desperate, increasingly perilous search for a cure. It was a confession of profound need, of deepening reliance, of something far deeper, far more elemental and terrifying stirring between them. The mate bond flared instantly, powerfully in response, warm, insistent, almost demanding. A silent, potent affirmation passing between their spirits in the shadowed intimacy of the isolated cave, sealing something unspoken but irrevocably felt in the unsteady, flickering light cast by their small, carefully shielded campfire, built just inside the cave mouth for warmth against the deepening night chill, temporarily safe from the prying eyes of the outside world. The simmering, potent tension that had been building relentlessly between them for weeks, fraught with shared danger, unspoken desire, and the constant shadow of the curse, finally, inevitably, broke its strained banks. Adrian shifted his position slowly, carefully, turning his weakened body towards her on the cave floor, his eyes, dark pools reflecting the dancing firelight, searching hers with an unnerving, captivating intensity. The harrowing evidence of his recent agony was still clearly etched onto his strained features, making her heart ache, but it was overlaid now with a different kind of intensity, a raw, undeniable, almost desperate longing that mirrored the secret, insistent ache within her own heart, an ache she had tried so hard to suppress, to deny. He lifted his free hand, his fingers slightly trembling still, and gently, reverently, traced the delicate line of her jaw, his calloused fingertips sending cascade after cascade of involuntary shivers racing down her spine, making her breath catch. "You shouldn't be here," he murmured, his voice thick, husky, rough with a potent cocktail of profound regret, deep-seated fear for her future entangled with his, and something dangerously close to awe, to wonder, tangled in this inherited darkness, risking everything you are, everything you could be, for me, for this doomed line. "There is nowhere else in this world I would rather be right now," she whispered back truthfully, instinctively leaning into his touch, into his nearness, her own carefully guarded fear momentarily obliterated, eclipsed by the overwhelming, magnetic certainty of the bond, by the undeniable, blossoming truth of her rapidly deepening feelings for this broken, formidable, complex man. He closed the small, electrically charged distance remaining between them, his lips finding hers in a kiss that was tentative at first, hesitant, almost questioning, seeking permission, then rapidly deepened with all the volatile, pent-up fear, the gnawing uncertainty, the shared suffering, the fierce, undeniable longing, and the desperately fragile, newly rekindled hope they both carried like invisible, crushing burdens. It wasn't merely a physical act. It felt profound, elemental, essential, like a merging of weary souls finding solace, a desperate, defiant affirmation of life and connection shouted silently into the face of the curse's suffocating, isolating presence. The bond sang between them, a vibrant, overwhelming symphony drowning out the waterfall's constant roar, momentarily eclipsing the lingering pain and the ever-present fear that dogged their steps. When they finally, reluctantly, broke apart, both breathless, flushed, hearts pounding in frantic, powerful unison, they simply held each other close in the flickering firelight, drawing essential strength, vital warmth, and a precarious, precious sense of belonging from the simple, profound contact. Adrift together in the dangerous wilderness, united against the shadows, the unexpected intimacy forged in the fire-lit solitude of the hidden cave shifted their dynamic irrevocably, profoundly. The shared vulnerability, the physically expressed and mutually acknowledged bond, solidified a connection that transcended mere partnership or shared dangerous purpose. It coalesced, acknowledged fully between them now, even if unspoken to the wider pack, into love, fierce, protective, undeniable, blossoming unexpectedly like a resilient flower pushing through frozen ground in the most unlikely, dangerous circumstances imaginable. This newfound, potent emotional intimacy, however, seemed to act perversely as a magnet for escalating external pressures and internal strife, as if the world itself, or perhaps the curse's malevolent influence, sensed their fragile, burgeoning happiness and sought immediately, ruthlessly to shatter it before it could fully take root. News of their repeated, lengthy expeditions into the wild, forbidden territories, coupled with Adrian's increasingly frequent, though brief and often disguised, public displays of weakness during unavoidable curse, flare-ups of visible stumble during a pack hunt inspection that startled the nearby hunters. A momentary pause and pained grimace while mediating a heated council dispute over dwindling winter stores that did not go unnoticed by Elder Malachor, began to fuel genuine, tangible unrest within certain influential factions of the pack. Idle whispers solidified into concerned murmurs, then hardened into open dissent. A hard-line traditionalist faction, subtly but effectively steered by the ambitious and resentful Elder Malachor, a respected, influential figure known for his stern demeanor, rigid adherence to old pack laws, and a long-simmering, deeply buried bitterness towards Adrian's lineage, started to openly, vocally question Adrian's fitness to lead. Malachor, a contemporary of Adrian's late father, had harbored this festering resentment for decades, rooted in a perceived betrayal during a disastrous border war decades ago under Adrian's father's command, a conflict where Malachor had tragically lost his mate and only son. He believed Adrian's father's allegedly reckless tactics were to blame, a grievance he had nursed in bitter silence until Adrian's cursed state provided the perceived justification, the opportunity, to challenge the untainted bloodline he held responsible for his devastating loss. Malachor skillfully played on the pack's inherent fear of the unknown, the instability created by a potentially weakened alpha, twisting Adrian's affliction into a persuasive narrative of weakness, distraction, and even divine displeasure, he argued, with insidious, compelling logic in closed council sessions and quiet, strategic gatherings in the warriors' barracks, that Adrian's obsessive focus on the outsider Silverstream healer, Clara, and their potentially blasphemous, mystical quest into forbidden lands distracted him from crucial, practical pack matters like reinforcing border security against the increasingly aggressive shadow claws and managing dwindling winter resources. He painted Adrian as self-absorbed, neglecting his sacred duties for a personal, perhaps futile, pursuit, leaving the pack dangerously vulnerable. He subtly, poisonously suggested the curse wasn't something to be fought, but a righteous, inevitable sign of the moon goddess's displeasure, a punishment for Alpha Theron's ancient sin that Adrian was foolishly, dangerously trying to circumvent instead of humbly, stoically accepting his fate for the good of the pack. Malachor painted himself not as ambitious, but as a reluctant patriot, forced to act to save them from a compromised leader, adding dangerous, concrete fuel to this insidious internal fire. Kale's exhausted, grim-faced patrols brought increasingly alarming, specific intelligence from the northern borders. There was a marked, undeniable increase in bold, probing activity from the Shadowclaw pack, notoriously aggressive, relentlessly expansionist wolves dwelling in the harsh, barren lands to the north, led by the ruthlessly ambitious, strategically cunning, and notoriously cruel Alpha Vulcan. Vulcan was known throughout the territories for his brutality and his disdain for traditional pack laws and honor. Shadowclaw raiding parties, larger and better organized than mere scouts, seemed to be deliberately, systematically testing Moonshadow's defenses with increasing frequency and audacity, striking isolated hunting parties, probing for weaknesses along remote border posts, likely sensing the instability, the scent of affliction and internal dissent, radiating subtly but perceptibly from the cursed Alpha and his politically divided pack. Vulcan was known to be utterly opportunistic and completely devoid of honor. Exploiting a rival's weakness was his primary strategy. Whispers among captured rogues even spoke of Vulcan employing forbidden blood, magic, hiring renegade Shadow Weaver descendants to weaken Moonshadow's ancient territorial wards from afar. Adrian found himself trapped, increasingly isolated, in a tightening, suffocating vice, the relentlessly accelerating curse draining his life force, his spirit, daily, the insidious attacks becoming more frequent and debilitating, the poisonous, growing dissent within his own pack, cunningly orchestrated by the grieving, resentful, and dangerously ambitious Malachor using legitimate pack concerns as cover for his personal vendetta. The clear and rapidly escalating external military threat posed by Vulcan and his gathering Shadowclaw forces, and the overwhelming, terrifying, miraculous love he felt blossoming fiercely for Clara, a love the curse itself seemed maliciously, sentiently determined to punish him for, flaring with vicious, targeted intensity after moments of shared joy, intimacy, or even simple comfort derived from her presence. He knew, with chilling, gut-wrenching certainty, that a major confrontation was inevitable, hurtling towards him like a runaway boulder loosed from a high peak. A confrontation likely on multiple fronts, within the tense, fractured pack council, possibly culminating in a formal challenge for leadership from Malachor or his designated proxy warrior, and almost certainly leading to a large-scale, bloody border conflict with the opportunistic, waiting Shadowclaws. And beneath it all, underpinning every strained strategic decision. Every watchful interaction with his elders lay the desperate, frantic, exhausting race against time to decipher the final clues, to locate the damned heartstone, the potential, perhaps only, key to breaking the ancient curse before it utterly consumed him, stealing his last vestiges of strength and control, or before their myriad enemies, internal and external, successfully exploited his undeniable weakness to destroy everything he was sworn by blood and honor to protect. The stakes had risen exponentially, morphing horrifically from his personal survival to the survival and sovereignty of the entire Moonshadow Pack. And the perilous, fog-shrouded path forward seemed hopelessly fraught with looming betrayal, unavoidable violence, and the terrifying potential for utter catastrophe at every single treacherous, uncertain turn. He felt the weight of generations, the fate of his people, pressing down on his weakened shoulders, threatening to finally crush him. The midpoint of their ordeal, the fulcrum upon which their fate would violently pivot, arrived not as a gradual slide into further crisis, but with the shattering, visceral force of a physical blow, obliterating the tentative, precarious balance Adrian and Clara had painstakingly, desperately managed to construct amidst the swirling chaos, following a complex, almost maddening series of obscure, interconnected clues, ancient, barely visible trail markers etched onto wind-scoured rock faces high in the peaks, markings decipherable only through the subtle, inherited senses of a true alpha of the Moonshadow lineage, painstakingly cross-referenced with intricate celestial alignments. Clara had spent sleepless, frantic nights calculating using faded, damaged star charts and guided by Alara's final, draining trance vision pointing to a place where the sky bled onto the earth. Their desperate search finally led them to a remote, hidden plateau high in the treacherous, perpetually mist-shrouded northern peaks. This isolated, forbidding region was perilously close to the contested border with the volatile Shadowclaw territory, an area marked ominously on old pack maps with warnings of unstable magic, shifting realities, and the sleeping wrath of the mountain. They both felt it instinctively, with a shared, bone-deep certainty that transcended logic and fear, that this desolate, powerfully, almost unsettlingly charged place had to be the final resting place of the elusive, perhaps mythical, Heartstone. A thick, unnaturally clinging, gray mist shrouded the entire plateau, muffling all sound to a dull, oppressive murmur and reducing visibility to mere yards, creating a claustrophobic, disorienting atmosphere. The ambient energy of the location was overwhelmingly palpable, ancient, wild, almost sentient, prickling unpleasantly against their exposed skin, like 1,000 invisible static needles, raising the fur on their arms despite the biting cold. Alara had warned them, her voice strained and grave after her vision, that this specific area was reputed to be protected by powerful, incredibly complex, ancient wards, intricate layers of protective magic laid down not just by Adrian's earliest ancestors, but possibly by entities even older, far less understood, wards intended not merely to guard whatever lay at the plateau's heart from unwelcome outsiders, but perhaps, more chillingly, from unworthy or potentially corrupted members of their own bloodline, seeking power they couldn't handle. As they cautiously navigated a narrow, treacherous pass choked with skeletal, petrified trees twisted into agonizing, tormented shapes by centuries of harsh, magic-laden wind and the plateau's potent, warping energies, the air grew unnaturally, painfully cold, biting sharply through their thick winter cloaks. The curse within Adrian pulsed violently, painfully in response, reacting with agonizing sensitivity to the potent, overwhelming ambient magic surrounding them, throbbing like a raw, infected wound, a constant, nauseating, disorienting thrum beneath his ribs that made coherent thought increasingly difficult, fragmenting his focus. Kale moved ahead, silent as his namesake's shadow, testing the unstable ground, his senses on high alert. Suddenly, without warning, the very ground beneath their feet trembled violently. Not a natural earthquake, not the random seismic activity the region was known for, but a focused, clearly controlled surge of directed magical energy, emanating from multiple points around them. Complex, unfamiliar runic symbols, disturbingly reminiscent of but subtly different from ancient moonshadow warding patterns, flared into brief, blinding incandescence on the surrounding sheer rock faces, pulsing with palpable, undeniable hostile intent. Simultaneously, cleverly concealed tripwires woven from solidified shadow magic snapped taut across the path, emitting bursts of paralyzing energy that sent several of Adrian's accompanying guards crashing to the ground, temporarily disabled. From the swirling, opaque mists directly ahead, blocking the pass, figures began to emerge, not the hulking, menacing shapes of anticipated Shadowclaw warriors they half expected, but chillingly, horrifyingly, the grim, familiar faces of members of their own pack, leading them, stepping forward with an unnerving air of grim satisfaction etched sharply onto his harsh, aged features. Radiating cold certainty was Elder Malachor. He was flanked by a grim-faced, heavily armed cadre of roughly 15 Moonshadow warriors, prominent members of the traditionalist faction he courted, their expressions carefully schooled into masks of hardened resolve and righteous conviction. Their weapons, clan knives, sturdy hunting spears, already drawn and gleaming ominously in the eerie, pulsating runic light. "Alpha Adrian," Malachor called out, his voice laced with a thin, utterly unconvincing veneer of false deference that barely concealed the bitter triumph simmering beneath. He conspicuously avoided Clara's horrified gaze. "Your ill-advised, potentially packed dooming, blasphemous quest ends here. It is regrettable, truly," he added. "The lie thick and oily, but absolutely necessary. For the greater good, the survival of the pack." Adrian stiffened instantly, every nerve jangling with sudden, horrific, sickening comprehension. The trap wasn't just Shadowclaw, it was internal. He reacted instinctively, reflexively, shoving Clara protectively behind him, his already weakened body forming a trembling shield despite its inherent vulnerability. Kale, ever the loyal shadow, materialized silently from the swirling mists at Adrian's side in the same instant, having avoided the initial magical traps with uncanny agility, his hand already gripping the worn hilt of his long hunting knife, his usually stoic, unreadable eyes narrowed into dangerous, blazing slits. "Malachor, what is the meaning of this obscenity, this blasphemy?" Kale's voice cracked like a whip in the sudden, tense silence. "This is treason of the highest, most despicable order, against your alpha, against your oath." "Treason," Malachor retorted sharply, his voice gaining strength, conviction hardening his already harsh features. Finally dropping the false deference, he drew himself up, meeting Kale's fury head-on. "Treason. Beta Toddy, he's allowing a cursed, demonstrably weakening alpha to lead us headlong into ruin while pursuing personal obsession. He squanders precious pack resources, depletes our fighting strength chasing childish myths and forbidden magic whispered by an outsider female." He spat the word, his gaze flicking contemptuously towards Clara. While our borders are actively, daily threatened by Vulcan's horde, and our own warriors grow restless, uncertain, afraid, his palpable weakness, his distraction, is an open invitation to annihilation. The moon goddess herself has clearly withdrawn her sacred favor. The signs are undeniable. We are merely intervening decisively, correcting the perilous course before it dooms us all to follow him into the abyss. He gestured pointedly towards Adrian, deliberately emphasizing his visible strain, the tremor Adrian couldn't suppress. Look at him, Isthys, the Alpha who can face Vulcan. It was undeniably a coup attempt, meticulously planned, timed with vicious precision to exploit their isolation in this remote, treacherous location. Leveraging Adrian's known vulnerability to the concentrated magic of the plateau, and capitalizing cynically on the pack's simmering anxieties Malachor himself had fanned. A ruthless, naked power grab masked hypocritically in righteous, patriotic concern. His words clearly resonated with some of his grim-faced followers, who nodded in agreement. But before Adrian could formulate a coherent response through the suffocating haze of pain, shock, and nauseating betrayal, before Kale could launch himself suicidally at the traitor elder, a deeper, far more menacing growl echoed thunderously from the narrow, mist-choked pass behind Malachor's treacherous faction, a sound dripping with predatory power and bloodlust that made even Malachor's hardened warriors flinch. Emerging from the thick, swirling gray mist like nightmare predators, materialized directly from shadow, significantly larger, radiating a palpable aura of ancient brutality and sheer predatory menace far exceeding any moon-shadow wolf, strode Alpha Vulcan of the Shadow Claws, flanked closely by his own heavily armed, battle-scarred elite guard, killers notorious across the territories. A cruel, deeply satisfied, wolfish smile twisted Vulcan's brutally scarred face as his predatory, intelligent yellow eyes fixed solely on Adrian with undisguised hunger and chilling anticipation. Ah, Malachor, my impatient, ambitious friend, Vulcan sneered, his voice a low, grating rumble dripping with condescending amusement and terrifying intent. Excellent timing, indeed. Precisely as planned, his gaze swept dismissively, contemptuously over Adrian's tense, visibly pain-ridden form. Though I must confess, he added with a malicious chuckle that scraped Adrian's nerves raw, I anticipated facing a slightly more vigorous opponent for the final act. He looks half dead already, barely worth the effort. This will be disappointingly easy. The betrayal sliced deeper, proving infinitely more insidious, more utterly devastating, more unthinkable than they could have possibly conceived in their darkest, most paranoid imaginings. Malachor hadn't simply staged an internal coup attempt, seeking to replace Adrian with himself or a proxy. He had forged a treasonous, truly abominable alliance with their most dangerous, ancient, bloodthirsty enemy. He had secretly met with Vulcan, plotted this ambush, bartered away his own pack's future, undoubtedly promising Vulcan significant concessions, vital territory, sacred hunting grounds. Resources, perhaps even sworn subservience, in exchange for the Shadowclaw Alpha's crucial assistance in deposing and, implicitly, eliminating Adrian and silencing his healer mate. The true, horrific cost of Malachor's grief-fueled ambition, his burning need for vengeance against the bloodline he blamed for his loss, would inevitably be the pack's sovereignty, its autonomy, perhaps its very existence under Vulcan's brutal, merciless reign. You absolute fool, Malachor, Kale roared, his voice thick with spitting fury and dawning. horrified comprehension of the abyss Malachor had opened before them. You treacherous, power-hungry, short-sighted idiot, you've doomed us all, our children, our legacy, to Vulcan's enslavement and butchery. For what? Revenge, power over ashes, silence. Beta, Malachor snapped, though a noticeable, undeniable flicker of unease, perhaps even nascent fear, finally crossed his rigid features as he glanced quickly back at the imposing, silent figures of Vulcan and his seasoned, utterly ruthless killers standing impassively behind him. He clearly realized he was no longer fully in control of the situation he had engineered. This alliance, it is a necessary, temporary evil, a surgical strike, a means to an end. To remove the blight, he insisted desperately, trying to reassure himself as much as his now wavering followers. Once Adrian is removed, Vulcan will withdraw. He has given his word. Vulcan simply laughed, a harsh, barking sound utterly devoid of humor, full of predatory amusement at Malachor's naivete. My word, he sneered softly, locking eyes with Malachor, is worth precisely what I choose it to be worth, old fool. Now, stand aside. Your part in this is done. The frigid air crackled, thick with unbearable tension. Poised on a razor's edge, Adrian felt utterly, hopelessly trapped, physically weakened and reeling from the curse's savage assault in this magically charged environment, betrayed from within by one of his most trusted, respected elders, and now facing his most powerful, utterly ruthless external rival simultaneously. Sheer, black, suffocating despair threatened to finally engulf him, to finally extinguish the flickering candle of precarious hope Clara had so bravely, foolishly lit within his desolate soul. But then, impossibly, unbelievably, he felt Clara's small hand slip determinedly into his own behind his back, her grip surprisingly firm, almost fierce, anchoring him. A silent, powerful transmission of shared strength, defiance, and unwavering connection. He glanced down at her fractionally. Her face was visibly pale, chalk white beneath the fading mud streak from their earlier encounter. But her eyes, her gray eyes burned with a fierce, incandescent determination, a refusal to yield, that mirrored and instantly reignited his own nascent, struggling fury. The mate bond surged violently between them, a powerful current running hot and true, not as a source of shared pain this time, but as an active conduit of mutual defiance, a silent, unbreakable vow exchanged wordlessly in the face of overwhelming, seemingly insurmountable odds. He is not weak, Clara stated suddenly, her voice ringing out with unexpected clarity and carrying surprising power in the sudden, stunned silence, startling everyone present, friend and foe alike. She deliberately stepped forward fractionally, positioning herself resolutely beside Adrian, not hidden behind him, facing their accusers, their potential executioners, as an equal partner, an undeniable Luna claiming her place. He carries a heavy burden, Elder Malachor, a darkness none of you, least of all you in your bitterness, could possibly comprehend the weight of. An ancient evil laid upon his ancestors centuries ago by vindictive shadow magic. He fights it, silently, relentlessly, every single day. With every breath he takes, for the sake of Tissipak, for the protection of all of you, even those who doubt him. That is not weakness. That, her voice rose slightly, imbued with passionate conviction, unwavering loyalty, is the definition of true strength, true leadership, strength you clearly lack, hiding behind treachery and lies. Her impassioned, utterly unexpected words, her bold, fierce defense of her mate, seemed to momentarily stun both hostile factions into stunned inaction. Malachor visibly scoffed, trying to dismiss her as an irrelevant, interfering outsider female, meddling in matters beyond her understanding. But Adrian saw several of his wavering warriors shift uncomfortably, their gazes flickering uncertainly between their visibly strained but undeniably courageous Alpha, his defiant Luna, and the treacherous elder who had led them into alliance with their hated enemy. Vulcan merely chuckled again, a low, menacing rumble deep in his massive chest, clearly amused by the display of feudal defiance. Touching loyalty, little healer, he purred, his yellow eyes lingering possessively on Clara for a moment, making Adrian's blood run cold with fury. It will make crushing you both beneath my paws all the more satisfying. A broken, cursed Alpha and his fiercely loyal, dead mate, a fitting poetic end to the tainted moonshadow line. Prepare yourselves. As if summoned by Vulcan's sadistic, chilling pronouncement, the curse chose that precise, exquisitely cruel moment to flare with unprecedented, vicious, crippling intensity, triggered by the extreme emotional stress, the volatile magic radiating from the plateau itself, the direct confrontation with his betrayer and his nemesis, the sheer proximity of so much concentrated hostile, negative energy directed solely at him. It struck like a physical blow from an invisible hand. Adrian gasped sharply, staggering violently, his hand flying back instinctively to clutch his chest as icy. Barbed talons seemed to tear brutally at his very soul, seeking to rip it free. He felt the agonizing, overwhelming, draining pull, the numbing coldness spreading like virulent frost through his limbs, stealing his remaining strength, clouding his vision. This was it, the moment of absolute weakness his enemies had clearly anticipated, had possibly even deliberately orchestrated through Malachor's cunning choice of timing and location. Vulcan's predatory eyes gleamed with savage, undeniable triumph. He had waited years for this. Now, he roared, dropping instantly into a low, powerful fighting crouch and signaling his eager warriors forward with a vicious flick of his massive head. Finish him! Take the female alive! Secure the plateau! Malachor hesitated for one damning, infinitesimal split second, perhaps a flicker of doubt, perhaps a sudden, sickening pang of conscience realizing the true monstrosity, the enslavement he had unleashed upon his own people. But his own faction surged forward anyway, caught inextricably in the violent, irreversible momentum of their betrayal. Their own survival now depended on Vulcan's victory. Chaos erupted instantly, brutally on the misty confined plateau. Moonshadow savagely fought Moonshadow in a sickening, desperate whirlwind of confused fury, bitter accusations, and sudden, brutal violence. Simultaneously, the larger, heavier, battle-hardened Shadowclaw wolves tore viciously into the fray, seemingly indiscriminately attacking anyone perceived as remaining loyal to Adrian. Their ruthless efficiency and pack coordination honed by years of brutal border warfare, cutting down several of Adrian's loyal guards in the first terrible moments. Kale instantly transformed into a terrifying, lethal whirlwind of slate gray fur, flashing claws, and guttural, desperate snarls, desperately tried to rally Adrian's few, vastly outnumbered loyalists. Fighting with the unmatched ferocity of a cornered lion desperately trying to defend his fallen alpha and create a protective cordon around him. Adrian struggled desperately, futilely, just to stay upright, just to draw a breath against the crushing weight, to issue a single coherent command through the roaring static in his head. But the curse felt like a physical entity, a sentient shadow actively dragging him down into suffocating darkness. whispering insidious temptations of surrender, of blissful oblivion. Through swimming, graying vision, he saw Clara, astonishingly agile and unexpectedly fierce. Using pressure points and anatomical knowledge gleaned from her infirmary work to expertly, swiftly disable one of Malakor's men attempting to flank the embattled, overwhelmed Kale. Then, horrifyingly, he saw Kale go down under the combined, crushing weight of two massive, snarling shadow claws, disappearing momentarily under a flurry of dark fur and snapping fangs, and advancing steadily, inexorably towards him, radiating unstoppable power and malevolent intent, was Vulcan, shifting fluidly mid-stride into his immense, dark, furred, terrifyingly powerful wolf form, saliva dripping from his bared, enormous jaws. Pure, unadulterated murder-burning furnace hot in his slavering yellow eyes. It was simply too much. The excruciating, unrelenting physical pain, the soul-crushing weight of Malakor's deep betrayal, the horrifying spectacle of his pack tearing itself savagely apart before his eyes, the imminent, unavoidable crushing defeat. He was failing, utterly, catastrophically failing his ancestors, failing his pack, failing his loyal, dying beta, failing Clara. The encroaching darkness, the curse's final, triumphant victory, threatened to consume him whole, offering the sweet, seductive release of oblivion. His knees buckled. "Adrian!" Clara cried out, her voice somehow piercing sharply through the chaotic din of battle, the clash of fang and claw, the desperate snarls and dying whimpers. Her voice was sharp with raw terror, but also vibrating, astonishingly, with unwavering love, fierce belief, and desperate command. She saw him falter, saw Vulcan closing in relentlessly for the killing blow, saw Kale struggling beneath his attackers. Her voice, her specific frequency, laced with fear but resonating powerfully with fierce, possessive love, somehow sliced cleanly through the thick, numbing fog of agony and encroaching despair. It ignited something deep, primal, ferocious within the core of his being, something the curse hadn't yet managed to extinguish completely, something fueled instantaneously by the potent, living alchemy of the mate bond, by the desperate, overwhelming, absolutely non-negotiable need to protect her at all costs, regardless of his own suffering. With a guttural, primal roar that tore itself from the very depths of his soul, echoing the agony and defiance of generations of cursed ancestors, Adrian deliberately, consciously forced the shift, knowing the agony it would entail, embracing it as a necessary price. It was sheer, unmitigated, mind-shattering agony. Every single fiber of his being, every cell, screamed in violent, tearing protest as bone audibly, sickeningly reshaped, muscle ripped and agonizingly reformed under the unnatural, terrifying strain imposed by the resisting curse. The curse actively fought him, clawing viciously from the inside, attempting to twist the transformation into something monstrous, incomplete, broken, seeking to shatter him physically and psychically from within during his moment of greatest vulnerability. Black spots exploded behind his eyelids, threatening unconsciousness. The searing pain threatened to swamp his consciousness entirely, to drown him. But the indelible image of Clara, standing defiant and impossibly, terribly vulnerable amidst the surrounding carnage, her terrified but resolute eyes fixed on him, burned fiercely, brightly behind his eyelids, fueling him, giving him an anchor in the incandescent storm of pain. He pushed through the blinding, shattering agony, embracing the incandescent, raw power of his wolf, deliberately, instinctively drawing on the tangible strength, the unwavering belief, flowing towards him through the golden thread of the bond between them like a lifeline of pure, untainted energy. He erupted from the violent, protracted transformation, staggering but miraculously upright, larger somehow, seemingly denser, more terrifyingly powerful than Vulcan remembered from past, distant encounters. His fur was the color of starless midnight, absorbing the eerie plateau light, his eyes glowing with an unnerving, dangerous mixture of tormented fury and raw, untamed, unadulterated alpha power finally unleashed. The curse was undeniably, palpably still there, a crippling, parasitic weight clinging tenaciously to his spirit, a dissonant hum beneath the roar of his power. But for this crucial, fleeting moment, his sheer force of will, amplified exponentially by his primal love for Clara and the savage instinct to protect her above all else, held it partially, precariously, astonishingly at bay. He met Vulcans momentarily surprised, triumphant, killing charge head-on, the rocky ground trembling violently beneath the force of their impact. The clash of the two enraged alphas was titanic, primal, a brutal explosion of fang-got claw and raw power. The shockwaves shaking the very rock of the plateau, sending loose stones skittering. Adrian fought with the desperate, focused ferocity of a cornered, wounded animal pushed beyond all limits, driven solely by adrenaline, desperation, ancient instinct, and the savage imperative to protect his mate at any and all cost. Clara, meanwhile, heart pounding painfully against her ribs like a trapped bird, seeing Kale still battling furiously, but clearly injured. Seeing Adrian locked in mortal combat, saw her only chance amidst the swirling, deadly chaos. While the two alphas were locked in their brutal, attention-consuming struggle, and the pack warred savagely, chaotically around them, she suddenly remembered a specific, previously dismissed passage from one of the ancient, fragmented scrolls describing the plateau's complex defensive wards, scrolls detailing their creation by Theron's own ancestors. Long before his time, the scrolls hinted cryptically they weren't just passive defenses against intruders, they could potentially be actively channeled focused by someone attuned to the land's ancient energy or possessing exceptionally strong protective intent, especially a healer naturally aligned with life force. Spotting a distinctive cluster of pulsating runic symbols carved deeply into a lichen-covered, moss-streaked standing stone near the turbulent edge of the fighting, a weathered megalith matching the scroll's vague but evocative description perfectly, she didn't hesitate. She ran towards it, instinctively dodging stray blows, leaping over fallen bodies, ignoring the snarling, snapping wolves locked in combat with surprising, desperate agility, adrenaline lending speed to her limbs, reaching the ancient, weathered stone. Its surface strangely, almost unnaturally warm despite the biting chill of the misty air. She pressed her trembling hands flat against the cold, deeply carved symbols, closing her eyes against the horrifying chaos, the screams, the smell of blood. She deliberately, desperately poured her own vital energy, her will, her fierce, burning love for Adrian, her desperate plea for aid, into the ancient, dormant power matrix sleeping within the stone. She focused her entire being, her entire soul, on Adrian, visualizing his pain being drawn away, picturing his inherent strength returning tenfold, feeding her fierce determination, her love, her healer's intent, into the resonating, awakening stone beneath her palms. The runes etched into the standing stone flared again, blindingly brighter this time, pulsing rhythmically with a deep, resonant, thrumming hum that vibrated powerfully through Clara's bones, up her arms, resonating within her own chest. A tangible, visible wave of pure, untainted natural energy, neither overtly harmful nor overtly helpful, but intensely disruptive to ingrained patterns, washed outwards concentrically from the stone. Expanding rapidly across the plateau, it slammed into the unprepared combatants like an invisible, irresistible wall, momentarily stunning them, disrupting their aggression with its sheer intensity and alien frequency. The Shadow Claws, inherently more attuned to darker, predatory energies and Vulcan's brutal influence, recoiled instinctively, physically, whining in confusion and sudden discomfort, as if physically burned or nauseated by the sudden surge of pure, raw, natural power washing over them. Malakor's remaining treacherous faction faltered noticeably, confusion warring visibly with ingrained aggression on their suddenly uncertain faces as their hostile intent wavered. But Adrian felt it entirely differently. He experienced the powerful wave not as disruptive, but as a sudden, shocking surge of unexpected warmth, vitality, clarity, a brief, almost intoxicating respite from the curse's constant icy, constricting grip, steadying his footing, clearing the fog of pain from his head momentarily, flooding him with unexpected, borrowed strength drawn directly from the ancient land itself. Amplified through Clara's focused will, he seized the precious, unexpected opportunity without hesitation, without conscious thought, surging forward with renewed, potent power drawn from the plateau's core, amplified by Clara's act. He landed a devastatingly powerful blow with his shoulder, catching Vulcan completely off guard, sending the momentarily disoriented Shadowclaw Alpha staggering back several yards, howling in surprise, fury, and sudden pain. Adrian stood over his formidable rival, battered, bleeding from multiple wounds, his fur matted with dirt and gore, but undeniably, miraculously, unexpectedly unbowed. The amplified energy of the awakened plateau, momentarily bolstering his own depleted power, his eyes blazing with righteous fury and reclaimed dominance. The chaotic, bloody fight wasn't over, not by a long shot. Many still fought, driven by hatred or desperation. But the tactical tide, influenced directly by Clara's desperate, intuitive gamble harnessing the plateau's forgotten power, had perceptibly, crucially turned. The full, stark depth of Malakor's damning betrayal was now laid irrevocably bare for all remaining Moonshadow eyes to witness. His treasonous alliance with the hated, feared Shadowclaws undeniable, unforgivable. Clara, the quiet outsider healer, by bravely, intuitively tapping into the plateau's ancient, slumbering power, had demonstrated a different, perhaps ultimately more potent, kind of strength than mere physical prowess or political maneuvering. And Adrian, by forcing himself through unimaginable, soul-tearing agony to rise, shift, and fiercely defend his pack and his mate against overwhelming odds, had proven his resilience, his courage, his unbreakable spirit beyond any doubt whispered slanderously by his detractors. They had faced the worst convergence imaginable, the combined, simultaneous threat from within their own fractured ranks and from their most feared, ruthless external enemy, and somehow, miraculously, against all odds, they were still standing, still fighting. There was absolutely no going back to the uneasy, poisoned status quo that existed before this moment. They were irrevocably committed now, their deepest vulnerabilities exposed, their alliance forged undeniably in blood, betrayal, and fire, but also united, paradoxically, in a way they hadn't truly been before the crisis forced their hand. The desperate, perilous quest for the Heartstone was no longer just about saving Adrian's fading, cursed life. It was now intrinsically, irrevocably about saving the entire Moonshadow pack from the complex, insidious web of enemies, both internal and external, who sought to tear it apart, enemies who chillingly wore familiar, trusted faces as well as foreign, hated ones. The violent, revealing, brutal confrontation on the misty, magic-infused plateau had become their absolute point of no return. A crucible from which they would emerge either forged into something stronger or utterly destroyed. Vulcan retreated into the mist, snarling a promise of vengeance, leaving Malachor and his defeated followers to face their fate. The immediate aftermath of the brutal, internecine battle on the mist-shrouded plateau descended into a tense, adrenaline-fueled chaos, punctuated by the groans of the wounded and the harsh commands of Kale organizing the survivors. Vulcan, momentarily stunned by the unpredictable surge of the plateau's awakened energy, and clearly wary of its power now seemingly allied against him, an unforeseen variable in his careful calculations, snarled the final, venomous threat towards Adrian, his yellow eyes burning with raw humiliation and impotent rage. He then ordered a tactical, snarling retreat, vanishing back into the concealing mists with his remaining elite warriors, leaving several of their dead behind. His parting gaze locked onto Adrian promised swift, bloody, and merciless retribution. This was merely a setback, not a defeat tied in his eyes. Malachor and his surviving, thoroughly demoralized faction of traitors, their faces a telling mixture of disbelief at their plan's failure, simmering resentment, and the dawning, chilling fear of inevitable pack justice, were quickly, efficiently subdued by Kale, himself bleeding heavily from several deep gashes across his flank and shoulder, but radiating cold, righteous fury, and the rallied, exhausted loyalists, disarmed and bound securely with sturdy leather thongs cut from their own gear. They were herded together, their former packmates viewing them with undisguised contempt and heartbroken anger. The cost of survival had been brutally steep. 3 loyal, experienced Moonshadow warriors lay dead on the blood-soaked, rocky ground. Several others bore serious, potentially crippling wounds, and Kale himself needed immediate, extensive attention from Clara, though his fierce fighting spirit remained fiercely, dangerously unbroken. Adrian, still raw and shaking violently in his powerful, midnight-furred wolf form, felt the borrowed, invigorating energy from the plateau's activated wards receding like a rapidly ebbing tide, leaving behind a terrifying void. The full, crushing weight of the curse slammed back down onto him with brutal, retaliatory force, intensified exponentially by the sheer exertion of the fight, the agonizing forced shift, and the volatile magical backlash from both the wards and the curse's own resistance. He swayed precariously, a low, agonized whine escaping his throat, the sound wrenching at Clara's heart, before finally collapsing heavily onto the unforgiving, blood-slicked rocky ground. The transformation reversed agonizingly, involuntarily this time, leaving him shivering uncontrollably, utterly depleted, terrifyingly vulnerable in his human form once more, pale and drenched in sweat despite the biting cold. Clara rushed instantly to his side, her heart pounding a frantic, panicked rhythm against her ribs, pushing past loyal guards who tried to shield him. She knelt beside him, gently helping him sit up, propping his weakened, trembling body against a smooth, lichen-covered boulder, instinctively ignoring the venomous, hateful glares directed pointedly at her from Malachor's captured, sullen men nearby. Through the intimate connection of the mate bond, she could feel the curse writhing triumphantly within him. A malevolent, parasitic entity, seemingly stronger, colder, more deeply entrenched than ever before, after being directly challenged and temporarily suppressed by the plateau's power. Easy, Adrian, easy now, she murmured soothingly, supporting his trembling weight with her own surprisingly steady shoulder. Projecting a calm she absolutely did not feel, her mind racing with worry. It's over. For now, this part is over. You're safe. Not. Nearly over, he gasped out, his voice raspy, weak, but his gaze flinty with renewed resolve despite the excruciating pain, fixed grimly on the bound. Sullen traders huddled nearby, their faces illuminated by the weak, returning sunlight piercing the dissipating mist. This betrayal, Malakor's treason, Vulcan's direct involvement, this changes everything. He was devastatingly right. The open, undeniable act of high treason, compounded exponentially by the horrific revelation of Malakor's clandestine, treacherous alliance with the hated, predatory Shadow Claws, sent seismic shock waves of disbelief, raw fury, and palpable fear ripping through the entire pack when the weary, bloodied, depleted group finally limped back down from the treacherous northern peaks to the main settlement under the cold light of a nervous, waxing moon. The initial shock quickly gave way to righteous anger. Malakor's previously effective, subtly poisoned whispers questioning Adrian's strength and fitness, his manipulative appeals to tradition and fear, were now irrevocably viewed through the stark, ugly lens of his calculated, personal treachery and his willingness to sacrifice pack sovereignty for vengeance. Support for Adrian, previously fragmented and hesitant among some factions, now rallied fiercely, almost defiantly, around him. This surge was fueled by raw outrage at the depth of the betrayal, shock at Malakor's alliance with Vulcan, and a burgeoning surge of communal pride in the unexpected courage shown by their visibly suffering Alpha and his unexpected defender. The outsider Luna to be on the perilous, magic-laden plateau, however, beneath the unifying anger, a chilling fear also intensified, coiling like a cold, venomous serpent in the pit of the collective pack's stomach. Vulcan was not an enemy known for forgiveness or for forgetting perceived insults or setbacks. The pack knew, with chilling, gut-wrenching certainty, that the Shadow Claws would inevitably strike again, likely harder, sooner, and with far less restraint than before. Now that Moonshadow's internal divisions and leadership struggles had been so brutally, publicly laid bare by Malakor's actions, they were exposed, vulnerable, and Vulcan knew it. The pressure on Adrian mounted exponentially, becoming almost unbearable, threatening to crush the fragile hope rekindled by surviving the ambush. Weakened physically and needing critical time to recover from the brutal combination of the prolonged battle, the agonizing force shift, and the curse's savage, debilitating backlash, he was forced, much to his immense frustration and chafing pride, to delegate significantly more day-to-day operational authority to Kale, his loyal beta, despite his own painful injuries meticulously tended by Clara, stepped up admirably, displaying unexpected, quiet leadership qualities honed in crisis. Kale tirelessly organized round-the-clock border patrols, strategically reinforced weak points in their defenses identified during the plateau incident, maintained strict discipline amongst the increasingly anxious warriors, and, crucially, began integrating younger, less traditional fighters into key defensive roles, valuing loyalty and skill over age or lineage. Clara, meanwhile, became Adrian's constant, essential shadow, her role expanding organically, irrevocably far beyond that of just a healer or researcher. She not only tended meticulously, constantly, to his fluctuating physical needs, managing the curse's agonizing, unpredictable flare-ups with potent herbal concoctions developed with Alara, utilizing specialized calming breathing techniques learned from Silverstream meditative practices, and leveraging the simple, grounding power of her steady presence through the mate bond. But she also became his vital eyes, ears, and most trusted confidant. She relayed crucial intelligence updates from Kale and summarized lengthy council debates he couldn't always endure, discreetly assessed the pack's shifting morale through her infirmary interactions, offered surprisingly astute tactical insights gleaned from her broader Silverstream strategic training, which differed subtly from Moonshadow's more defensive traditions, and provided an unwavering, essential emotional anchor in the relentless internal storm raging within him. Their bond deepened further, irrevocably, tested daily and forged anew in the shared crucible of intense crisis, constant imminent danger, and the forced intimacy of their situation. The formerly distinct, carefully maintained lines between alpha and healer, between pack leader and potential mate, blurred seamlessly, naturally, into a dynamic, powerful, unspoken partnership built on hard-won mutual trust, shared trauma, deep respect, and burgeoning, undeniable love in the precious, stolen quiet hours late at night, when the gnawing pain in his bones eased fractionally and the crushing weight of leadership lessened temporarily under the cloak of darkness. They would talk for hours in the relative privacy of his study or her small infirmary room. They shared deeply buried fears, his terror of failing the pack, her fear of the unknown ritual, and fragilely held hopes for a future that seemed increasingly unlikely. They analyzed Kale's intelligence reports together, planned potential defensive strategies against Vulcan's expected attack routes, debated the potential meanings of the final Heartstone clues, the profound, unexpected love that had first sparked uncertainly and then blossomed defiantly in the hidden, fire-lit cave now became their undisputed anchor, their shared, essential source of strength against the relentlessly rising tide of internal division and escalating external threats. The curse, however, chillingly, seemed to perceive this growing closeness, this unwavering, fierce commitment deepening between them, not merely as a potential threat to its existence, but almost as a personal affront, a direct challenge to its parasitic dominion. It reacted with escalating, vindictive, targeted aggression. The periods of respite Adrian experienced grew shorter, becoming mere snatched minutes instead of hours. The agonizing flare-ups became more frequent, more violent, often triggered now seemingly by moments of positive emotional connection with Clara, a shared smile, a comforting touch, a moment of perfect understanding, just as much as by stress or physical exertion. It felt like the curse was deliberately punishing him for allowing himself this solace, this hope. He began suffering debilitating cluster headaches that left him nauseous, light-sensitive, and dangerously disoriented for hours at a time. He experienced frightening, unpredictable moments of sensory deprivation, his usually acute hearing or sharp sight suddenly cutting out without warning, leaving him momentarily blind or deaf. A terrifying vulnerability for an alpha. His vital connection to his wolf felt increasingly tenuous, frayed, fragile. The powerful animal presence within him seeming distant, subdued, caged behind an impenetrable wall of searing, agonizing pain. Most disturbingly, he started having terrifyingly vivid, intrusive nightmares, dark, fragmented visions that felt chillingly like deliberate, malevolent transmissions sent by the curse's strengthening, rudimentary intelligence, graphic, horrifying images of Clara being captured, brutally tortured, killed by Vulcan and his shadow claws, nightmarish visions of the pack's stronghold overrun, burning, his people slaughtered or enslaved, chilling, sickening glimpses of himself utterly succumbing to the darkness, becoming a monstrous, hollow-eyed thrall of the curse, turning violently on his own pack, on Kale, even on Clara herself. He would wake up gasping, drenched in cold sweat, disoriented, the visceral, paralyzing fear for Clara far outweighing his fear for himself or even for the pack's survival. Protecting her became his singular, overriding obsession, eclipsing even the quest for the cure. Clara, sensing his escalating internal torment, his terrifying descent into near despair through the intimate, unfiltered conduit of the mate bond, redoubled her frantic, desperate efforts with the frustratingly obscure, maddeningly fragmented ancient texts. She felt, with a growing, cold certainty clutching at her heart, that they were missing something absolutely crucial, something deliberately hidden about the Heartstone, some vital, overlooked detail regarding its precise activation mechanism, its true, underlying purpose, or, most terrifyingly, the potential hidden cost of wielding its immense power. Was it truly a benevolent force, or something far more ambivalent, more dangerous? Alara, appearing increasingly frail, her ancient life force visibly taxed by the recent upheavals and her own magical exertions, joined Clara whenever her fluctuating strength allowed. The old healer pushed her fading, centuries-spanning memory relentlessly for any forgotten scrap of oral lore, any whispered healer's secret passed down through generations that might hold the elusive key, something not written down. Together, painstakingly cross-referencing fragmented scrolls describing purification rituals with Alara's often cryptic, exhaustion-tinged recalled visions, they uncovered dangerously conflicting, deeply troubling accounts. Some portrayed the Heartstone simply as a potent artifact of pure, benevolent healing energy, a natural amplifier of positive intent, a gift from the benevolent moon goddess herself. Others, however, hinted ominously, darkly, that its activation, particularly against a curse of such magnitude and ancient lineage, required a significant sacrifice, a steep, potentially fatal price to be paid by the user, or perhaps demanded a specific, unique catalyst intrinsically linked to both the afflicted alpha bloodline and the original curse's dark, insidious magic. The contradictions were maddening, terrifying, planting seeds of doubt where hope had begun to bloom. Meanwhile, Kale's exhausted, increasingly anxious scouts brought ever more disturbing, concrete intelligence from the northern borderlands. Vulcan wasn't merely regrouping or planning another opportunistic border raid. He was actively, aggressively, openly gathering allies, preparing for a full-scale invasion. Smaller, disenfranchised rogue groups, and bitter exiled wolves from various neighboring territories, smelling blood and opportunity, were reportedly flocking to his black banner, drawn by promises of spoils, territory, and vengeance against the arrogant Moonshadow Pack following the anticipated fall of their weakened, cursed alpha. Worse still, there were persistent, deeply unsettling whispers, now confirmed by traces of foul residue and disturbed earth found near their northern border sentinels by Kale's most magically sensitive scouts, of dark, volatile sorcery being actively, brazenly employed by Shadowclaw shamans, possibly descendants of the original Shadow Weavers themselves, allied with Vulcan. Forbidden rituals conducted under the recent waxing blood moon, using sacrificial magic, seemed deliberately designed not just to bolster the Shadow Claw's aggression and bloodlust, but potentially, chillingly, to systematically weaken Moonshadow's own ancient, natural protective wards woven intrinsically into the fabric of the land itself by generations of alphas. Vulcan wasn't just preparing an army, he was undermining their magical defenses. The entire Moonshadow pack felt utterly besieged, caught in a terrifying, tightening pincer movement between the insidious internal threat of the accelerating curse crippling their alpha from within, sowing doubt and fear, and the menacing, rapidly growing external military threat posed by Vulcan's burgeoning army and his apparent alliance with practitioners of forbidden dark arts. The situation felt increasingly desperate, untenable. Adrian, despite his severe physical limitations and the relentless internal struggle consuming him, forced himself to address the entire assembled pack in the vast, fire-lit great hall. His voice was strained and low, occasionally catching with pain he couldn't entirely conceal, but it was imbued with an unwavering, palpable resolve that silenced the restless murmurs. He stood tall, Clara a silent, supportive presence just behind him, her hand resting subtly on the small of his back. He didn't hide the truth anymore. He didn't try to minimize the danger. He openly, starkly acknowledged the curse, its ancient history, its current terrifying severity, laying bare his own vulnerability in a way no Moonshadow Alpha had ever done before. He condemned Malicor's treachery in stark, unforgiving terms, detailing the horrifying alliance with Vulcan. He outlined the grave, imminent danger they faced from the Shadowclaw invasion, but crucially, he also spoke passionately, fiercely, of hope, of the unbreakable bonds of loyalty that held their pack together, even in the face of betrayal, of the formidable strength they possessed when truly united. Remembering their ancestors who faced similar threats, he spoke of resilience, of enduring hardship, his intense, pain-filled gaze lingering significantly, meaningfully, on Clara as he spoke passionately, unguardedly, about unwavering commitment, selfless courage, and the absolute refusal to surrender to encroaching darkness, whether it came from within or without. His raw, unprecedented honesty, his courageous decision to shed the traditional alpha mask of invincibility and reveal his vulnerability alongside his fierce determination, resonated deeply, powerfully with many in the hall, particularly the younger generation weary of old feuds and rigid traditions. It solidified their wavering resolve, forging a renewed, stronger sense of shared purpose, shared destiny against overwhelming, terrifying odds. For a moment, hope flared brightly in the great hall, just as this fragile sliver of hard-won communal hope began to tentatively penetrate the pervasive gloom hanging heavy over the pack. The final, devastating twist came, sharp but brutal, and utterly, cruelly unexpected. It wasn't delivered by an enemy arrow penetrating their defenses or a spy's whispered revelation in the night. It emerged horrifyingly from within their own desperate, frantic search for answers, for the final piece of the puzzle. Ilara, pushing her ancient body and fading spirit far beyond safe limits, deep in a perilous, exhausting trance-like state, attempting to directly access the fragmented, deeply buried ancestral memories embedded within the pack's collective consciousness, a dangerous technique rarely employed, suddenly gasped, her frail body convulsing violently on the fur-covered pallet where she lay in the archives. Her eyes flew wide open, no longer clouded with age or trance, but starkly clear, filled with profound, soul-shattering horror and a dawning, sickening, inescapable realization. The texts, the final translation, the ambiguous phrasing, We misread the true intention, she stammered out, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Thin and reedy, hot tears streaming down her ancient, wrinkled face as she struggled to sit up, pointing a shaking, gnarled finger at a highly complex, layered diagram they had been intensely studying for weeks, one depicting the intricate, symbiotic relationship between the Heartstone, the Alpha bloodline's unique bioenergetic signature, and the curse's specific, insidious magical sigil. The Heartstone, it doesn't just break the curse, it doesn't neutralize it, it absorbs it, draws the entirety of the accumulated dark magic into itself, like a powerful psychic lodestone, trapping it within its crystalline matrix. But her voice dropped to a horrified, choked whisper, her eyes locking onto Clara's with dreadful certainty. It requires a living conduit, a voluntary vessel, strong enough in spirit and possessing sufficient untapped life force to momentarily withstand and actively channel the volatile, agonizing transfer. Someone deeply, intrinsically, psychically connected to the cursed Alpha through the most powerful energetic bond possible. Someone sharing the profound, unique energetic signature of the mate bond. The horrifying, devastating implications crashed down onto Clara with the force of a physical blow, stealing the very air from her lungs, leaving her reeling, nauseous. The room tilting sickeningly around her. The Heartstone wasn't a simple, miraculous cure-all artifact. It was a perilous, terrifying transfer mechanism, and the living, breathing vessel required to activate it, the only one whose connection was strong enough to bridge the gap between Adrian and the stone, was undeniably, inescapably her. To break Adrian's ancient, agonizing curse, to save his life, his sanity, and undoubtedly the pack itself from impending destruction. She would have to willingly, consciously take the entirety of its accumulated dark power, centuries of concentrated malevolent energy, upon herself, channeling its full, horrific force through her own body, her own spirit, her own soul, acting as a fragile, potentially shattering bridge between the cursed Alpha and the absorbing stone. The ancient scrolls, she now realized with dawning horror, hadn't offered any comforting details, any reassurances about what happened to the living conduit after the catastrophic transfer was complete. Survival seemed statistically improbable, enduring such a concentrated blast of pure, ancient dark magic, even for a few fleeting, agonizing moments, would almost certainly be catastrophic, likely fatal, shattering the conduit utterly. Adrian, drawn from his troubled pacing in the corridor by Alara's choked cries and the sudden spike of terror flooding through the mate bond from Clara, overheard Alara's final, terrifying words from the open doorway where he'd come seeking Clara for a final strategy discussion before the expected attack. He went utterly, frighteningly rigid, as if instantly turned to stone by Medusa's gaze. The faint hint of recovering color that had returned to his face after his galvanizing address to the pack drained away instantly, leaving his skin a ghastly, pale gray, stark against his dark hair. "No," he stated flatly, his voice utterly devoid of inflection. Cold, dead, absolute, radiating an icy finality that chilled Clara to the bone even more than Alara's revelation. Absolutely, irrevocably, not. He strode forcefully into the small, cluttered archive room, his powerful frame seeming to suck all the air out of the space, his eyes blazing with a terrifying, volatile mixture of uncontrollable, white-hot fury and profound, soul-deep, paralyzing fear. "There has to be another way," he insisted fiercely, his voice low and dangerous, vibrating with suppressed power. We destroy the cursed stone, scatter its fragments. We hunt down Vulcan and these alleged Shadow Weaver descendants and force them to undo it. Anything else? We fight Vulcan as we are, weakened or not, Adrian. Clara began tentatively, reaching for him, her own heart pounding violently, not just with the residual terror of the ritual itself, but now with a completely separate, immediate fear of his reaction, his protective walls slamming shut hard, irrevocably. Please, listen. If this is truly the only path, if it means saving you, it is not the way, he roared, slamming his fist down hard onto the sturdy, ancient oak table piled high with scrolls, making the brittle parchments jump and rattle violently. The curse flared predictably at the outburst, pain momentarily contorting his features into a tight grimace. But his iron, absolute resolve didn't waver in the slightest. His eyes, blazing with fury, fear, and fierce, possessive love, locked onto hers, almost desperate. I forbid it. I utterly forbid it. Clara, as your alpha, as your mate, I forbid this madness. I would rather endure this agonizing damnation for eternity. I would rather face Vulcan and die fighting, watch the pack fall to ruin around me, than see one single hair on your head harmed, then risk your life for even a fraction of a second. Do you understand me? I will not trade my cursed life for yours. Never. Not now. Not ever. The Heartstone quest is over. This was, by far, their darkest, most hopeless moment. The potential solution, the object of their desperate, frantic, shared search, the focus of all their fragile hope, was finally revealed. But it presented an unthinkable, monstrous, unacceptable price. The precarious hope they had so desperately, foolishly clung to dissolved instantly, evaporating like morning mist under a harsh sun, replaced by an impossible, agonizing choice between unbearable alternatives. Adrian, confronted starkly, brutally with the horrifying prospect of Clara sacrificing her very life to save his, retreated immediately, instinctively back into a cold, fierce, almost brutal protectiveness, threatening to completely derail their entire desperate quest at the 11th hour, preparing himself emotionally, resignedly, to accept his own slow, agonizing demise rather than risk even the slightest possibility of hers. Clara felt utterly torn, ripped apart, caught helplessly between the profound depth of her fierce love for him, her desperate desire to see him finally freed from his relentless torment at any personal cost, and the stark, terrifying reality of what that ultimate cost apparently entailed. The pack remained vulnerable, exposed, besieged. Vulcan and his gathered horde were massing ominously on their borders, preparing to strike with the impending eclipse. The curse was demonstrably accelerating, tightening its suffocating grip daily. And the only known path to salvation, the only potential cure they had discovered, seemed to lead directly, inescapably through an utterly unacceptable, horrifying sacrifice. All paths forward seemed blocked. All hope felt utterly, irrevocably lost, overshadowed completely by the monstrous, impossible nature of the cure itself. The air in the small, dusty archive room crackled with unbearable tension, thick with rising despair, and vibrating uncontrollably with the agonizing, irreconcilable conflict between love, survival, and sacrifice. The chilling, devastating revelation about the Heartstone's true, terrible function, not as a cure, but as a transfer requiring a potentially fatal conduit, cast a heavy, suffocating pall over Moonshadow Ridge, thicker and more oppressive than the ever-present, looming threat of Vulcan's imminent invasion. Adrian retreated completely into himself, becoming fiercely, almost suffocatingly protective of Clara, his actions bordering on possessive paranoia. He refused point blank, with cold, frightening finality, to even discuss the Heartstone or the potential ritual further, shutting down any attempt by Clara or Alara to explore nuances or alternative interpretations. His focus narrowed with obsessive, desperate intensity solely onto reinforcing physical defenses against Vulcan's clearly imminent attack, organizing patrols, checking fortifications, drilling warriors relentlessly. He barely let Clara out of his direct line of sight, issuing strict orders to Kale that she remain within the central, most protected parts of the pack house at all times. His palpable, overwhelming fear for her safety seemed to override even his own escalating physical suffering. The curse, perversely, almost sentiently, seemed to actively feed on his internal turmoil, his frantic fear for her becoming a potent new source of agonizing fuel. Its assaults intensified further in both frequency and savage severity, leaving him visibly gaunt, hollow-eyed, the shadows beneath his cheekbones deepening into bruised, alarming hollows. His already short temper became dangerously volatile, his commands clipped and harsh, bordering on tyrannical, alienating even his most loyal supporters, including a worried Kale who found himself shut out from strategy discussions. He stalked the halls like a caged, wounded predator, radiating pain and barely suppressed fury. Clara, while undeniably terrified by the horrifying prospect of becoming the living conduit for centuries of accumulated dark magic, felt Adrian's abrupt emotional withdrawal, his rigid, absolute refusal to even contemplate the potential cure, as a different, colder, more isolating kind of pain. She understood his primal fear, his overwhelming alpha protectiveness on an intellectual, even visceral level through the bond, but his absolute refusal to even consider the possibility, his stark, instantaneous willingness to surrender himself completely to the curse's slow, agonizing destruction rather than risk any potential harm to her life, felt like a heartbreaking rejection of their shared fight, a painful negation of the immense sacrifices they had already made together, a denial of the profound power and trust inherent in the bond that tied their souls so inextricably. The mate bond constantly, overwhelmingly conveyed his raw, suffocating terror for her physical safety. Yes, a wave that sometimes threatened to drown her own resolve, but beneath it, pulsing darkly, she also felt his deepening, corrosive despair, a dangerous, fatalistic resignation settling over him like a funeral shroud, a chilling acceptance of defeat that she feared would consume him entirely, spiritually breaking him long before Vulcan's warriors even breached their outer defenses. He was giving up, not just on the cure, but on himself. Kale, observant, pragmatic, and deeply worried, witnessing the growing, dangerous chasm opening rapidly between his suffering Alpha and his determined Luna, and acutely aware of the rapidly dwindling days before the looming solar eclipse. The exact time Vulcan was predicted to strike approached Clara cautiously in the relative privacy of the bustling, overflowing infirmary, now filled with warriors injured in heightened border skirmishes. "Luna," he began quietly, using the title easily, naturally now, his respect for her absolute after her actions on the plateau. "Forgive my intrusion on your work, but we are running out of time. We need him. The pack needs the Alpha Heckenby, the leader he is, beneath the pain, even burdened as he is. This paralyzing fear he holds for your safety, it's crippling him far more effectively right now, mentally and spiritually, than the dark magic itself is. He's pushing everyone away, even me. He refuses counsel. He barely sleeps. He drives himself relentlessly. He will break himself before the battle even begins. Clara nodded miserably, blinking back sudden tears as she ground potent pain-relieving herbs in a stone mortar with unnecessary, frustrated force. I know, Kale. Believe me, I know. I feel it constantly through the bond, his fear, his despair. It's suffocating, but he refuses to listen. He sees only the certainty of the sacrifice as Alara presented it. The impossibility, the monstrosity of the price. He won't even let me speak of alternatives. Perhaps. Kale murmured thoughtfully, leaning his large frame against the sturdy wooden doorframe. His brow furrowed deep in concentration, his pragmatic mind searching for angles. Alara spoke of the scrolls demanding a living conduit, a voluntary vessel connected by the mate bond. But did they explicitly, unequivocally state the vessel must be irrevocably destroyed in the process? Or simply that the transfer required such a specific vessel to bridge the energetic gap? He paused, thinking aloud, piecing together fragments of lore he'd overheard during their research. Old magic, primal magic. Alara herself sometimes speaks of it, operating on principles of intent, of balance, of resonant harmony, not just brute force exchange. What if? What if the sheer undeniable strength of the mate bond, the overwhelming positive energy generated by the depth of love and unified purpose between you, could somehow act as a form of powerful energetic shielding, a living buffer for Thonduit during the transfer? What if it's not solely about sacrifice, a life for a life, but about a shared burden, a channeling of immense power where the positive energy actively counteracts and neutralizes a portion of the negative as it flows through? Kale's speculative, almost desperate words, born perhaps more of loyalty and necessity than concrete evidence, but rooted plausibly in a deep, instinctual understanding of the fundamental principles of pack magic and energy dynamics, sparked a wild, desperate, improbable idea in Clara's exhausted mind. A single fragile flicker of possibility in the oppressive, overwhelming darkness, ignoring Adrian's explicit, furious prohibition, violating his direct command as Alpha. She returned compulsively, secretly, to the forbidden texts in the deepest hours of the night, smuggling scrolls back to her small room, poring over them with renewed, frantic urgency when Adrian finally fell into brief, pain-haunted sleep. She wasn't searching for confirmation of the required sacrifice anymore. She was hunting ferociously for overlooked nuances, intentional ambiguities, alternative interpretations hidden in metaphors, potential loopholes Alara, in her age and horrified distress, might have missed or misinterpreted, and she found them. Thin, hopeful threads, obscure, easily overlooked passages tucked away in seemingly unrelated sections discussing energy transfer dynamics and bloodline resonance, mentioning abstract concepts like ersonant harmony, symbiotic channeling of opposing forces, and, crucially, the counter-frequency of unified loving intent. These fragmented whispers, scattered across multiple scrolls like a deliberate puzzle, hinted, tantalizingly, terrifyingly, that if the mate bond between the afflicted Alpha and the designated conduit was exceptionally strong, perfectly attuned, vibrating on the same unwavering emotional and spiritual frequency, the volatile, dangerous transfer could, theoretically, potentially, be moderated. The intense, destructive negative energy of the ancient curse could possibly be partially neutralized, buffered, or deflected by the overwhelming, combined positive life force, the pure energy of love and shared will, generated by their intrinsic connection. It passed through the conduit and into the receptive heartstone matrix, It was highly theoretical, incredibly dangerous, based on fragmented whispers, ancient metaphors, and dangerous leaps of faith across gaps in knowledge. But crucially, vitally, it represented something other than certain, agonizing death for her and doomed, fatalistic resignation for Adrian. It was a sliver, a hair's breadth of a chance, armed with this fragile, desperately constructed possibility, woven from scattered threads of ancient lore and her own fierce hope. She confronted Adrian directly, seeking him out at dawn. She found him exactly where she expected, out on the dusty main training grounds, pushing himself relentlessly, mercilessly, sparring brutally against two of his strongest, freshest warriors simultaneously, blatantly ignoring the obvious, agonizing pain the intense exertion clearly caused him, sweat pouring down his face, his breathing harsh and ragged. He seemed to be trying to physically beat back his own overwhelming fear and encroaching despair through sheer, punishing physical effort, seeking oblivion in exhaustion. Adrian, stop this. Enough, she called out sharply, her voice ringing with command across the suddenly silent grounds, causing the sparring to cease immediately as the warriors respectfully, hastily backed away, recognizing the gravity, the authority in her tone. They looked between their strained alpha and determined Luna with unease. He turned slowly towards her, breathing heavily, raggedly, sweat plastering strands of dark hair to his pale forehead, his eyes shadowed with deep pain and immediate, wary defensiveness at her defiant approach onto his training ground. "Clara, I told you, this isn't the time or the place," he began warningly, his voice low and dangerous. "We need to talk about this. Right now," she insisted, her voice firm, unwavering, meeting his pained, haunted gaze without flinching. As she strode purposefully onto the training ground to stand directly before him, heedless of the dust or the watching warriors. "Kale is right, and you know it deep down. This fear you have for me, this absolute refusal to consider any possibility, it's blinding you, it's paralyzing you. And I truly believe, Adrian," her voice softened slightly, pleadingly, "it might actually kill you faster, more surely, than the curse or Vulcan ever could. It's extinguishing your spirit." She quickly, concisely explained her desperate findings, the radical, terrifying, but potentially life-saving possibility she had unearthed in the fragmented texts. The idea that the very strength of their mate bond, the power of their shared love, their absolute unified intent, wasn't just a vulnerability for the curse to potentially exploit or punish, but perhaps the essential, overlooked, key ingredient to surviving the terrifying ritual. "It's still unbelievably dangerous, Adrian," she stressed, acknowledging the immense risk, her voice trembling slightly despite her outward resolve. "Terrifyingly so. I don't underestimate that for one single second. But based on these fragments, these whispers of symbiotic channeling, it might not be automatic suicide for the conduit. It might be a different kind of fight entirely. An energetic battle fought within the transfer itself. One we absolutely must face together. Not just you bearing the curse in silence, or me bearing the sacrifice in terror, but us, united, consciously channeling not just the curse's overwhelming dark energy, but the combined, amplified, positive strength of our connection, our power, our love, through me as the living conduit and into the receptive stone. We have to try, Adrian. We have to believe our bond itself can be the shield." He stared down at her, his expression shifting rapidly, visibly, through layers of ingrained disbelief. fierce resistance, stark terror, and then, finally, unmistakably, achingly, a desperate, heart-wrenching longing to actually believe her, to allow himself to dare to hope against all reason. You would still, after everything you now know, you would still willingly risk it, he whispered, his voice thick with incredulous awe, disbelief warring with burgeoning hope. Risk becoming the channel, knowing what could still happen, knowing the texts could be wrong, or that our bond might not be strong enough. I would risk anything to give a real chance, she replied fiercely, passionately, her voice thick with unshakable emotion, reaching out instinctively to place a trembling hand flat against his rapidly beating heart through his tunic. A chance for you to truly live, Adrian. Free from this inherited nightmare that has haunted your family for centuries. A chance for us to have a future, a real life. Together, I refuse. Her grip tightened possessively. To stand by silently and let you resign yourself to death. Consumed by fear and despair before the final battle is even fought. And I absolutely will not let you face Vulcan's horde weakened and broken. A shadow of the Alpha you truly are. We find the Heartstone. We face the curse head on, and then we face Vulcan. Together, as true mates, united in purpose, whatever the ultimate cost may be, we face it side by side. Her absolute conviction, her unwavering willingness to face the profound danger with him, shoulder to shoulder, not merely for him as a passive sacrifice, finally, decisively broke through the thick, suffocating layers of his fear-driven, protective resistance. He saw the formidable, resilient strength radiating from her, felt the unwavering depth of her fierce love pouring into him through the bond, recognized the desperate, undeniable logic in her impassioned plea. He realized, with humbling, painful clarity, that she was devastatingly right, hiding from the potential cure, refusing the perilous fight simply because the risk to her was immense, terrifying, unthinkable, was just another, more insidious, cowardly form of surrender to the curse's power, allowing it to isolate him through his own protective instincts. He pulled her into a sudden, fierce, almost crushing embrace, his arms locking around her tightly, crushing her against his sweat-soaked chest, burying his face in the soft, fragrant curve of her neck and hair, inhaling her anchoring scent like a drowning man gasping for air. "Forgive me," he whispered raggedly against her skin, his voice choked thick with overwhelming emotion, relief, and residual fear. Fear, my damned, crippling fear. For you, it almost cost us everything. It almost made me let the darkness win. It almost cost us our only chance. There is nothing to forgive, she murmured back, her arms wrapping tightly around his waist, holding him just as fiercely, feeling the crushing tension finally begin to drain from his powerful, trembling frame, replaced by a fragile but tenacious ember of shared resolve. We're in this together, Adrian, always, now. She pulled back just enough to meet his intense gaze, her own eyes shining with tears and determination. Let's go fight for our future. We find that stone, their renewed, fragile unity, their shared, terrifying decision to face the perilous unknown together, sent a subtle but palpable ripple of renewed determination vibrating through the anxious, waiting pack. Word spread quickly through Kale and the senior warriors of the Alpha and Luna's unwavering resolve. Their plan to seek the Heartstone before the eclipse. Scouts soon reported the inevitable, chilling news. Vulcan's considerable forces were fully mobilized, already moving stealthily through the shadowed northern passes under cover of darkness. clearly timing their main, overwhelming assault to coincide precisely with the upcoming total solar eclipse. Now just 2 harrowing days away, a time traditionally associated in werewolf lore with disrupted natural energies, heightened dark magic, and significantly weakened protective pack wards. They had terrifyingly little time left. The desperate, final race was truly on, guided by the final, complex set of geographical and celestial clues, painstakingly deciphered by a severely weakened but fiercely resolute Alara, who poured her remaining life force into one last clarifying vision, and verified against Clara's intricate calculations. Adrian, Clara, Kale moving stiffly but refusing to stay behind, and a small, hand-picked escort of 10 of their most trusted. Elite guards ventured immediately back into the treacherous, mist-bound northern peaks. They pushed themselves relentlessly, foregoing sleep, moving with desperate speed, heading for the specific, isolated location, pinpointed by the convergence of all the clues as the Heartstone's hidden resting place, a secluded, sunken caldera, rumored and fragmented, ancient legends to be the impact site of a fallen star. ASCII stone imbued with celestial power, millennia ago. The journey itself was fraught with immediate, constant peril. They were constantly harried by stealthy, harassing Shadowclaw scouts attempting to delay or divert them, picking off stragglers, triggering small rock slides. Kale and the guards were forced into several brief, bloody, running skirmishes in the dense forests and narrow passes leading towards the caldera, losing 2 good warriors to poisoned arrows before they even reached their destination. Worse, far worse, Adrian's physical condition deteriorated rapidly, alarmingly. With every mile gained towards their destination, the curse, seemingly sensing the imminent proximity of its potential undoing, fought back with savage, escalating intensity, unleashing waves of nausea, blinding pain, and terrifying sensory distortions. It brought him to the brink of collapse multiple times. Only Clara's unwavering presence, her hand constantly finding his, the steady flow of strength and love through the bond, and the loyal guard's grimly determined physical support literally keeping him moving forward. One agonizing step after another, they finally stumbled into the hidden, sunken caldera, staggering with profound exhaustion, bruised, bleeding, depleted, just as the sky overhead began to unnervingly, eerily darken, the ghostly silhouette of the moon starting its slow, inexorable, fatalistic creep across the face of the midday sun. The air within the vast, bowl-shaped caldera crackled visibly with an immense, raw, untamed power, raising the hair on their arms and necks, making their teeth ache with the vibration. And there, in the exact center of the sunken basin, half buried in the dark, unusually rich earth, as if it had indeed fallen blazing from the heavens untold ages ago, pulsed a colossal, breathtakingly beautiful crystal, easily taller than 2 large wolves stood end to end. It emanated a soft, ethereal, internal light, shifting through mesmerizing hues of amethyst, sapphire, and emerald. Its crystalline depths seemed to swirl with captured starlight and pulsed gently, rhythmically, like a colossal, sleeping, living heart. This had to be it, the legendary Heartstone. It was arrestingly, devastatingly beautiful, yet humming with an intimidating, almost overwhelming ambient energy that felt both sacred and terrifyingly volatile. As they cautiously, reverently approached the magnificent, humming stone, instinctively drawn towards its power, the ground beneath them suddenly vibrated heavily, discordantly, not with the caldera's natural, harmonic energy, but with the heavy, coordinated tread of many hostile paws. Emerging simultaneously from the deepening eclipse shadows ringing the caldera's rocky, steep edge, surrounding them completely, cutting off any escape, were Vulcan and his entire amassed horde, scores upon scores of battle-hardened, snarling shadow claws, reinforced by motley packs of savage, recruited rogues and grim-faced, desperate exiles eager for spoils. They poured over the rim like a relentless dark tide, and among them, looking gaunt, haunted, his eyes filled with a mixture of terror and desperate self-preservation, chained like a common dog at Vulcan's side, was the traitor, Elder Malachor. Vulcan had clearly anticipated their move, tracked them easily, perhaps aided by lingering traces of Malachor's treachery or spies within their ranks, and laid the perfect, inescapable ambush, trapping them between his army and the stone's volatile power. The legendary Heartstone of the First Peaks, Vulcan breathed, his voice filled with naked, triumphant avarice and gloating power lust as his predatory yellow eyes fixed greedily on the immense, pulsing crystal, ignoring Adrian for the moment. More magnificent even than the oldest legends described, and the convenient, cursed Moonshadow Alpha delivers it right into my waiting grasp, along with his desirable, spirited mate. How remarkably considerate of you, Adrian. You have saved me considerable effort. His brutal intention was ruthlessly clear. Seize the immense power of the stone for himself after eliminating Adrian and Clara, cementing his dominance over the entire region. You will never have it, Vulcan, Adrian growled, finding strength from somewhere deep within, fueled by Clara's presence beside him. He instinctively stepped protectively in front of Clara and the humming stone, planting his feet firmly on the trembling ground despite the agonizing pain racking his weakened body. His stance, weakened but unbowed, radiated pure, defiant alpha authority. Kale, flanking him instantly despite his wounds, and the 8 remaining, vastly outnumbered Moonshadow guards instantly formed a tight, desperate, suicidal defensive perimeter around their alpha, their Luna, and the sacred stone. Hope seemed lost, but honor remained. Such brave, foolish words, from a dying wolf standing unknowingly in his own prepared grave. Vulcan sneered contemptuously, finally turning his full, murderous attention to Adrian. He threw back his massive, scarred head and let out a blood-curdling, triumphant howl that echoed jarringly within the enclosed caldera. The signal for the slaughter to begin. Kill them all. Kill the cursed alpha slowly. Take the female alive for my later amusement. Secure the stone for me. Let the Shadow Claws feast. The final, desperate, hopelessly outnumbered battle erupted violently within the shadowed, energetically charged, rapidly darkening caldera. The 8 loyal Moonshadow guards clashed fiercely, suicidally, against the overwhelming numbers, the crushing tide of Shadow Claws and their savage allies, selling their lives dearly, but falling one by one under the onslaught. Kale, transformed instantly into a silver blur of impossible speed and controlled, righteous fury, fought like a veritable demon possessed, a whirlwind of flashing claws and snapping jaws, desperately defending Adrian's vulnerable flank, taking down multiple attackers, but sustaining further grievous injuries, roaring defiance. Adrian, deliberately, consciously drawing strength now, not just from his own rapidly dwindling reserves, but actively pulling resonant energy from the Heartstone's powerful proximity and focusing fiercely on the unwavering, strengthening flow of love and shared will pouring into him from Clara through their vibrating bond, met Vulcan head-on, their alpha forms, midnight black against scarred, dark gray, collided again in a brutal, desperate struggle for dominance, for survival, for the future of their respective packs, their blows shaking the very ground beneath the eerie light of the encroaching eclipse. While the deadly chaos of the battle raged furiously, suicidally around them, Clara knew with absolute, chilling certainty what she had to do. This was it, their only, terrifying, improbable chance. There was no other path left. Ignoring the lethal danger swirling around her, she ran desperately towards the base of the colossal, pulsing heartstone, instinctively dodging snapping jaws aimed at her legs and slashing claws that came terrifyingly close. Relying on adrenaline and sheer will, reaching its surprisingly warm, intensely vibrating crystalline surface, she pressed her hands flat against the ancient, power-thrumming crystal once more, feeling its immense energy surge into her. "Adrian!" she cried out desperately, her voice nearly swallowed by the cacophony of battle, the screams, the snarls. "Now, connect with me fully. Trust our bond. Trust us. Channel everything. Now, Adrian." Locked in a brutal, seemingly losing grapple with the larger, stronger Vulcan, whose claws raked agonizingly across his ribs, heard her desperate, commanding cry cut sharply through the haze of battle fury and encroaching pain. Across the chaos, he saw the terrifying, unwavering resolve burning like twin stars in her eyes. Trust. Kale's words echoed in his mind. He had to trust her completely. Trust them. Trust the fragile possibility that their bond, their love, could somehow shield her from the impossible. Closing his eyes for a single, vital, vulnerable split second amidst the brutal, life or death fight, risking a killing blow from Vulcan, he deliberately focused inward, pushing past the agony, past the rage, reaching deep for the golden, incandescent thread of the mate bond that inextricably connected his very soul to Clara's, with the final, conscious, absolute act of will and surrender. He poured everything he was, his remaining depleted life force, his fierce, boundless love for her, his desperate, burning will to live free, his absolute, unconditional trust in her strength, her spirit, her resilience, down that psychic bond towards her, holding nothing back. Clara gasped aloud, staggering as the connection surged between them. Unbelievably potent this time, almost overwhelming her senses, threatening to shatter her consciousness with its intensity. Then, taking a deep, steadying breath, steeling her nerve against the primal terror screaming within her, she deliberately, consciously opened the conduit within herself, becoming the bridge. She felt it instantly, the searing, invasive agony of Adrian's centuries-old pain, the insidious, icy tendrils of the curse itself reaching for her, seeking to anchor within her, flooding through her via the amplified bond. It was excruciating, a cold dot sharp, tearing agony threatening to rip her very soul apart from the inside out, but simultaneously, miraculously, impossibly. She also felt the overwhelming, incandescent counterforce of Adrian's pure, concentrated love, his vital shared strength, his fierce determination, his absolute trust pouring into her, surrounding her spirit, creating a tangible, shimmering golden buffer against the suffocating darkness, somehow harmonizing with her own terrified life energy, strengthening her resolve, validating Kale's desperate hope. And then, just as she felt she was about to be completely overwhelmed, torn apart by the warring energies raging within her, a new, external interference struck jarringly. Subtle, dissonant energy fluctuations rippled violently across the Heartstone's smooth surface, entirely unrelated to her precarious channeling. a thin, almost invisible tendril of pure shadow, emanating necrotic energy, snaked rapidly from the edge of the caldera where the fighting was thickest, unseen by most combatants, striking directly towards the base of the stone near her hands. A clear, deliberate attempt at magical sabotage. It wasn't Vulcan's magic. It felt older, colder, more insidious. The sorcerer's descendant, alerted by the massive energy surge of the ritual's beginning, lurking nearby perhaps among Vulcan's forces or manipulating from afar, was trying desperately to disrupt the ritual, to corrupt the Heartstone, to sever the fragile connection, to ensure the curse remained. No, Clara cried out, focusing her remaining will not just on enduring the agonizing transfer, but now also on actively repelling this insidious new magical threat. She pushed back mentally with the combined, amplified force of her own spirit and Adrian's borrowed strength, further amplified by the receptive Heartstone itself. She visualized a shield of pure, brilliant golden light erupting outwards from their shared bond, enveloping her and the base of the stone, pushing back, dissolving the shadowy, corrupting intrusion attempting to latch on. With a final, primal scream that tore raw from her throat, mingling inextricably with Adrian's simultaneous roar of pain and effort across the battlefield. She focused everything, channeled the full, raging, conflicting torrent, the ancient curses dark, accumulated. Malevolent magic roaring like a storm, interwoven and buffered by their combined, amplified, incandescent life force and love, directly, forcefully into the receptive core of the Heartstone. The colossal crystal flared violently, blindingly, pulsing erratically with warring waves of abyssal black shadows and brilliant, defiant golden light. The ground beneath them shook violently, fissures cracking open, a massive concussive, undirected wave of pure, incredibly volatile, transformed energy exploded outwards from the stone, washing over everything in the caldera. The ancient curse, finally ripped forcibly, agonizingly, from Adrian's bloodline through the living conduit of their amplified mate bond, channeled successfully through Clara, who was miraculously shielded from annihilation by the very power of that bond acting as Kale predicted, slammed into the Heartstone's core and was instantly absorbed, neutralized, trapped forever within its purified crystalline matrix. Adrian roared aloud again, staggering back from Vulcan. But this time, it wasn't a sound of pain or helpless rage, but of profound, unbelievable, echoing release. He felt a sudden, staggering lightness, a cleanness, a wholeness he hadn't known since his earliest childhood flooding his being. He felt his powerful wolf surge instantly within him, whole, vibrant, unchained, joyous, free at last. Clara staggered back violently from the now steadily pulsing, golden glowing stone, collapsing onto the trembling ground, shivering uncontrollably, utterly drained to her core but miraculously, astonishingly, breathtakingly, alive. The residual positive energy of their perfectly harmonized bond having served as the vital, necessary shield, protecting her from the catastrophic brunt of the dark magic's terrifying transfer. The cleansing, overwhelmingly positive energy wave washed powerfully over the chaotic battlefield. The remaining handful of loyal Moonshadow guards felt an immediate surge of invigorating, healing energy, their crushing weariness lessening dramatically, their wounds seeming less severe, their spirits lifting. The Shadow Claws, and their remaining rogue allies, however, recoiled violently, crying out in pain and confusion, disoriented, weakened, even nauseated by the sudden, overwhelming wave of pure, untainted, albeit chaotic, positive energy flooding the caldera, so alien and caustic to their own darker natures. Vulcan, blasted back forcefully from Adrian by the sheer force of the energy release, stared in utter, stunned disbelief as Adrian rose slowly to his full, imposing height, no longer hampered by pain, no longer staggering, no longer radiating the scent of weakness and decay. Instead, his eyes glowed with renewed, potent, utterly terrifying, fully realized alpha power, seeing his advantage instantly, inexplicably, disastrously lost. The coveted heartstone now resonating powerfully, protectively with Adrian and Clara's combined energy signature, his zone forces faltering, disorganized, and showing clear signs of panic. Vulcan snarled, a sound thick with frustration, thwarted ambition, and dawning fear. Malachor, witnessing his desperate, treacherous, grief-fueled gamble utterly, irrevocably fail. His cursed alliance shattered, tried to turn and flee into the ensuing chaos, hoping to escape in the confusion, but was swiftly, decisively intercepted by a grimly satisfied, newly energized, furiously focused Kale, Adrian, truly unleashed, unburdened, whole and incandescently powerful for the first time in 5 agonizing, hellish years, turned his full, undivided, now chillingly predatory attention solely to the disbelieving Vulcan. The ensuing fight was brutally short, mercilessly efficient, and decisively one-sided, without the insidious, crippling curse constantly dragging him down, draining his strength, clouding his senses, fragmenting his focus. Adrian's innate power, his honed warrior skills, and his righteous, accumulated fury were simply, devastatingly overwhelming. He defeated Vulcan utterly, contemptuously, breaking his rival's fighting arm with an audible snap and leaving him physically battered and psychically broken, utterly humiliated before his own scattering warriors, a clear, unmistakable, terrifying message sent to all who witnessed it, choosing calculated, strategic mercy over petty vengeance. Adrian contemptuously let the defeated, broken alpha crawl away into the shadows, his remaining Shadowclaw forces scattering chaotically, fleeing back towards the northern borders, their invasion irrevocably, humiliatingly shattered. Adrian, his transformation receding smoothly, effortlessly, blessedly, painlessly now, rushed immediately to Clara's side where Kale was gently helping her sit up amidst the relative quiet settling over the battlefield strewn with bodies. He knelt before her, pulling her carefully, reverently into his arms, his strong hands scanning her frantically for any sign of injury, his heart pounding violently not with fear, but with terrifying, overwhelming relief. "Clara, are you truly all right? Truly?" he asked urgently, his voice thick with emotion. She managed a weak, trembling, utterly radiant smile, leaning her full weight exhaustedly against his newfound, solid strength, reveling viscerally in the complete absence of the familiar, sickening thrum of pain radiating from him through the bond. It was silent. He felt clean, whole, alive. She whispered exhaustedly, her voice barely audible above the pounding in her own ears. Tired. So incredibly tired. But alive. We actually did it, Adrian. Together, he held her tightly, carefully, burying his face in her hair again, inhaling her scent, relief washing over him in overwhelming, cleansing waves that felt like cool rain after a long drought. The ancient suffocating curse was broken. The immediate overwhelming threat was neutralized. His pack, though wounded, was safe. And Clara, his brave brilliant, fiercely beloved mate, was alive and whole beside him. Their unbreakable devotion, their terrifying gamble against impossible odds, their ultimate willingness to trust each other implicitly and fight together, even when faced with an unthinkable, monstrous choice, had successfully shattered centuries of accumulated darkness, betrayal, and suffering forever. In the eerie, lingering twilight of the eclipse, surrounded by the wreckage of battle, a new dawn was undeniably breaking for Moonshadow Ridge. The dawn following the climactic, bloody battle in the Heartstone caldera broke spectacularly clear and startlingly bright, bathing a profoundly transformed Moonshadow Ridge landscape in warm, golden light. The heavy, oppressive weight of fear, uncertainty, and simmering dissent that had hung like a perpetual, suffocating shroud over the territory for decades felt miraculously, palpably lifted, replaced by a buoyant, almost giddy sense of collective relief, shared survival, and fragile, blossoming hope. Vulcan's formidable invasion force had scattered, his power broken, his immediate threat neutralized. He was unlikely to trouble their borders again for a long, long time, if ever. Malachor and the handful of surviving, shame-faced traitors were held securely, but humanely, in the pack's deepest holding cells beneath the council chambers. Stripped of rank and status, awaiting formal pack justice under Adrian's restored authority, and most importantly, most visibly, most transformatively, Adrian was free. The change in him was immediate, startling, and profound, rippling outwards through the entire pack consciousness. The chronic, deeply etched lines of pain and relentless strain around his eyes began to visibly soften, almost miraculously. Within hours, healthy, vibrant color returned to his face, replacing the constant, worrying pallor that had clung to him for years. He moved with a powerful, fluid, confident grace, the inherent ease of an alpha comfortable in his own skin that had been stolen from him years ago by the insidious, crippling curse. He even laughed, a real, deep, unguarded sound filled with genuine amusement that startled many younger pack members who had only ever known his grim silence or harsh commands. When Clara, recovering quickly in the infirmary, recounted Kale's particularly inventive and non-lethal methods of subduing one particularly slippery traitor attempting escape during the caldera's chaotic aftermath. But the most significant transformation was internal, radiating outwards, the ingrained guardedness, the self-imposed emotional isolation born of pain and fear that had defined his difficult reign, simply melted away like spring snow, replaced by an open, unaffected warmth and a deep, abiding gratitude that shone luminously, unguardedly in his dark eyes whenever his gaze rested, possessively, tenderly, thankfully, on Clara, his wolf, whole, healthy, vibrant, and joyously alive within him again, seemed to revel constantly in its newfound, unburdened freedom, its potent, balanced energy flowing strongly, cleanly through him once more, effortlessly reinforcing his connection to the pack's collective spirit, sharpening his senses to an almost forgotten acuity, and resonating most powerfully, most intimately, most completely, with his mate, Clara, though initially deeply, bone-wearyingly fatigued from the immense, unprecedented strain of acting as the living conduit for the curse's violent transfer, recovered with astonishing speed. Her recovery was bolstered significantly by the lingering positive, gently healing energy emanating subtly from the now cleansed, harmonized Heartstone, which seemed to resonate faintly across the territory, and sustained daily by the sheer, overwhelming joy of their shared, hard-won victory against impossible odds. The harrowing experience had inadvertently forged an unbreakable, quiet strength within her, silencing any final, lingering internal doubts or external whispers about her place, her belonging, her legitimacy within the sometimes insular Moonshadow Pack. She was no longer the tentative outsider healer from Silverstream, tolerated but often viewed with suspicion. She was, indisputably, unequivocally, their Luna, the one who had bravely faced down ancient, terrifying dark magic alongside her Alpha, the one whose insight had guided them, whose love had anchored him back from the brink of utter despair, and whose ultimate courage and intuitive understanding of the bond had been instrumental in saving them all. Her quiet authority became undeniable. The Heartstone itself, now purged forever of the centuries of accumulated dark magic and tormented energy it had bravely absorbed, resonated, peacefully, powerfully with the harmonious combined energy signature of Adrian and Clara's unwavering, tested mate bond. It remained standing sentinel in the remote, hidden caldera. By unanimous, emotional pact decree proposed by Adrian and ratified by the council, the caldera and the surrounding peaks became a protected, sacred space for the Moonshadow Pack, a potent, living symbol of their resilience against adversity, the terrible complexities of sacrifice, the heavy burden of history, and the undeniable, ultimately transformative power of true love, unwavering loyalty, and shared courage. Alara, looking frail but beaming with triumphant, vindicated wisdom, declared that the cleansed stone, attuned now to its rightful alpha line and Luna, would henceforth function as a passive guardian for the territory. Its amplified positive energy would naturally, subtly strengthen the pack's inherent ancient territorial wards against intrusion, promote faster healing among the pack members, encourage greater fertility in both the land and the people, and foster a lasting sense of deep peace, balance, and burgeoning prosperity within their lands after decades of shadow. Adrian and Clara's formal mating ceremony was held beneath the radiant, cleansing glow of the next full moon. A joyous, cathartic, deeply emotional celebration attended by every single member of the Moonshadow Pack, from the smallest newborn pup to the most ancient, grizzled elder. It wasn't merely the traditional joining of an alpha and his chosen Luna. It felt like a profound, collective affirmation of their shared, arduous journey out of darkness, their hard-won survival against seemingly impossible odds, and the definitive, hopeful beginning of a brand new, brighter, more united era for Moonshadow Ridge. Standing before their assembled people on a specially constructed platform adorned with wildflowers and pine boughs near the Great Hall, their hands clasped tightly, the vibrant, visible energy of the completed mate bond flowing palpably between them like captured, living moonlight, they pledged their lives not only unequivocally, eternally to each other, but also, with renewed, shared conviction, to the future well-being, unity, and strength of the pack they had fought so fiercely and sacrificed so much to protect and heal. The subsequent trial of Malachor was a somber affair, contrasting sharply with the joyous ceremony. Many voices on the council, still raw with grief and anger, called for his immediate execution for high treason. However, Clara, speaking softly but firmly as Luna, argued passionately for mercy, acknowledging Malachor's profound grief and loss as the root, though not the excuse, of his bitterness, and reminding the pack of the cycle of vengeance that fueled conflicts like the one with the Shadow Claws. Adrian, demonstrating his newfound wisdom and confidence, ultimately chose a path of restorative justice over retribution. Malachor was stripped of all rank and exiled from Moonshadow territory forever, condemned to wander as a lone wolf, carrying the weight of his betrayal but spared death. A controversial decision that cemented Adrian's leadership as strong but compassionate, breaking from harsher traditions. Several of Malicor's less culpable followers, showing genuine remorse, were sentenced to periods of hard service rebuilding damaged fortifications, tasked with reintegrating into the pack through demonstrated loyalty. Adrian ruled thereafter with a newfound, profound wisdom, his strong leadership inevitably tempered by the indelible memory of his prolonged suffering, his isolation, and the near loss of everything he held dear. His decisions were now deeply informed by Clara's innate compassion, her sharp, analytical intellect honed by healing, and her valuable, often refreshing outsider perspective that challenged stale assumptions. He led not through fear, intimidation, or detached authority as he once had been forced to do, but through a carefully cultivated, dynamic balance of inherent alpha strength and hard-won empathy. He actively fostered loyalty through transparency, encouraged open communication within the council and among the pack, listened more than he commanded, and prioritized pack unity and mutual support above all else, ensuring no member felt isolated or unheard. Clara stood steadfastly beside him, a true partner in every conceivable sense of the word, in leadership, in strategy, in love, in life. Her gentle strength, insightful counsel, and quiet, unwavering determination perfectly complemented his fierce protectiveness and natural commanding presence. She spearheaded vital healing initiatives within the pack, establishing a formal training program for young healers under Ilara's wise, fading guidance, ensuring the ancient knowledge was preserved and expanded. Utilizing her silver-stream connections and diplomatic skills, she skillfully fostered stronger, more open, and mutually beneficial relationships with neighboring packs, resulting in a renewed, genuinely warm friendship and alliance with her former home, the Silverstream Pack, and several other tentative treaties that strengthened regional stability. Crucially, working with Kale and the elders, she ensured that the hard-learned, painful lessons of trust, the dangers of unchecked ambition fueled by grief, the importance of accepting difference, and the destructive power of fear, gleaned painfully through their shared ordeal, were actively discussed, processed, and carefully woven into the very fabric of pack law, education, and daily life, ensuring such a schism wouldn't easily happen again. A deep, abiding, well-earned peace settled over Moonshadow Ridge, but it was a peace consciously cultivated, protected through struggle and sacrifice, not merely inherited passively or taken for granted. True prosperity followed, measured not just in terms of secure borders and abundant hunting grounds, but palpable in the pack's collective spirit, in the joyous, carefree sounds of playing pups echoing through the settlement, in the renewed strength of community bonds, and the tangible sense of security and optimism replacing the old fear. New pups were born, bringing fresh life and laughter, symbols of renewal. Alliances solidified, creating a stronger, more secure regional network against future threats. The pack thrived, finally secure in the knowledge that their leadership was firmly rooted not just in strength and lineage, but in a profound, tested love that had faced down the darkest of ancient curses and emerged, against all probability, scarred perhaps, but ultimately, miraculously victorious. Adrian, forever marked internally by the memory of the shadow he had overcome, never forgot the steep, isolating price of fear, pain, and mistrust, or the immense, life-affirming, life-saving power of connection, vulnerability, and unwavering trust. Clara, the brave, perceptive Luna from another pack, who had dared to believe in love's power to shield and heal, even in the face of terrifying, seemingly certain sacrifice, remained the undisputed, beloved heart of the pack, her compassion, intelligence, and quiet, resilient courage serving as a constant, living inspiration to all. Their incredible story inevitably became legend, whispered with awe and reverence around flickering pack fires for generations to come. The captivating, cautionary, yet ultimately hopeful tale of the cursed Alpha and his fiercely determined, loyal Luna, whose unbreakable devotion, shared courage, unwavering trust in their bond, and willingness to face the impossible together shattered centuries of accumulated darkness. It served as a timeless testament for the Moonshadow people, proving that even when confronted by overwhelming odds, insurmountable obstacles, ancient evils, and seemingly impossible choices, true love, fierce loyalty, shared sacrifice, and unwavering courage could not only restore hope and ensure survival, but ultimately forge a future stronger, brighter, and more resilient than ever imagined possible in the darkest days. Their pack didn't just survive the encroaching darkness. Led by the enduring example of their Alpha and Luna, it thrived, forever anchored by the quiet, unshakable strength of the extraordinary love that had saved them all. They knew future challenges would inevitably come, as they always did in the shifting dynamics of the wider world, but they would face them together, united and strong, forever guided by the resilient light they had painstakingly forged together in the deepest shadows.